We got a lot of destinations possibly tonight. I think we're hoping we all don't go back to Boston. We'll be happy to go anywhere but Boston.
Anywhere could be Tropicana Field, could be Comerica Park, could be the ballpark in Arlington. You think of the fallout of what happens tonight. You go to the playoffs, you go to an extra game. Jobs could be lost if they lose. So much hanging in the balance. They play game 162 to see if they get to live another day. See you after the game.
Tonight, nothing else matters. Tonight, 0-6 doesn't matter. The walk-offs that electrified those summer nights at Fenway don't matter. Nor do the frustrations that poisoned September. Tonight, only one thing matters. One win. Remy, the Red Sox tonight playing game number 162 of the season. And Jerry, there have been some big games so far for John Lester in his career, but tonight is huge.
Oh, it's huge for John Lester, and especially where he's pitched recently, which has not been very good at all for the Boston Red Sox. But some comfort food for Boston fans is the fact that he has pitched 17 times against his team, and he is 14-0. He has never lost to the Baltimore Orioles. Now, tonight he's going to be working on 3 days rest. That doesn't bother me because last time out he only made a little over 50 pitches against the New York Yankees, in which he was not effective. So the fact is that he should be good and strong to go through this lineup tonight.
Huge night last night for the rookie Ryan Lavarnway. Terry Francona goes with him again tonight. He tells us about the decision.
No, Salty could go. I don't think he's close to 100%, but again, we got a kid that just drove in 4 runs and caught a pretty good game and feels good about himself, and Lester's okay with him catching. And I think rather than go the other way where Salty starts and we bring this kid in, I think we're better off doing it this way. If we have to make a move, Salty's always sitting there, but this kid played a pretty good game last night.
Oh, an interesting decision. Were you surprised, Jerry?
I was very surprised. You know, I thought for sure that it had Salty LaMacchia if he was able to be back in the lineup tonight catching John Lester. But as Terry Francona said, the kid had a huge night last night, and he did. You know, 2 home runs, the 4 RBIs. He played very well defensively behind the plate, threw out a runner, made a nice play on a ball that was hit out in front of him. So he gets the opportunity tonight. Now, you know, if they feel like they have to do so, they can go to Salty LaMacchia during in the middle of this game if they need to. But the fact is, I guess he deserved the start tonight, and he's getting it. He's getting the confidence of the coaching staff and manager Terry Francona.
It all comes down to this. Game number 162. The Red Sox are ready.
I expect Tampa to win tomorrow, and I expect us to win tomorrow. Nobody's going to have any regrets. We're going out there, we're doing all we can to win, and, you know, we're going to leave it all out there.
We got to focus right now just on winning right here, and let's see what happens afterwards.
We'll be happy to go anywhere but Boston.
Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce, Sylvania HD LCD TVs, New England Subaru dealers, Dunkin' Donuts, and by Southwest Airlines. Welcome back to Camden Yards as we get ready for the 3rd and final game of this series, final game of the regular season. Game number 162 as the Orioles have taken the field tonight here at Camden Yards. Send it down to field level for our national anthem.
And that gentleman, remove your hats as we welcome Bob McDonald, who will now honor our nation with his rendition of our Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Now the Orioles are on the field, so let's check out the Red Sox starting lineup. It's brought to you by New England Chevy Dealers. Leading it off is Jacoby Ellsbury at the top of the order in center field. Dustin Pedroia at second base. David Ortiz, the DH, bats third with Adrian Gonzalez at first base. Ryan Lavarnway is back in there again tonight after a great night last night. 2 for 4 with the 2 home runs and 4 RBIs. J.D. Drew is in there in right field. He bats 6th with Marco Scutaro at shortstop 7th. Carl Crawford is in left field batting 8th. And Mike Aviles gets a start at third base. He bats 9th. Alfredo Simon is on the mound tonight for the Orioles. He comes in for his 23rd appearance of the year, 16th start. He's 4-9 with a 4.85 earned run average, 81 strikeouts, and 111 and a third innings for him. And last time out, a no decision against the Tigers, although he pitched 8 innings, giving up 3 runs as he struck out 5.
The defense tonight for the Orioles will have Chris Davis at third base, J.J. Hardy the shortstop, Robin Andino at second, and Mark Reynolds the first baseman. Left to right, Nolan Reimold, Adam Jones, and Nick Markakis, and Matt Wieters doing the catching for Simone.
The crew chief has got the play calling the balls and strikes tonight. John Hirschbeck is in behind the dish. It is Scott Barry at first base, Laz Diaz at second base, and Wally Bell is the umpire at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas noches, amigos.
Very nice conditions again here tonight in Baltimore, as there are some clouds up there, but pretty comfortable at 78 degrees to get it started. Breeze out to left field at 6 miles per hour, and there is a chance for some thunderstorms in the area. That's been the case really for all 3 nights of this 3-game series between the Red Sox and the Orioles. And Jerry, it comes down to this for the Red Sox. Amazing that it has come to this, but here we are in game number 162, and the Red Sox need a win.
And somewhat tense around the ballpark this afternoon. I kind of felt that way in the Red Sox clubhouse. I think a little bit uptight about this ball game tonight, and they should be that way. They should be feeling that way about the game tonight. It's not normal. You've got to go out and you've got to win a baseball game tonight.
For all intents and purposes, the playoffs have begun.
They've begun. They've already started for the Red Sox.
So here we go as Alfredo Simon will walk up the backside of the hill, and Jacoby Ellsbury makes his way to the plate to get it started. Ellsbury starting the night hitting at .322 with 32 home runs, 105 runs batted in. Ellsbury in the series 3 for 9. He has a home run in the series, a double, a couple RBIs. Simone ready, in the first pitch of the ball game is in there for strike 1 and we're underway.
You can see Simone is a hard throw at 97 on that first fastball.
Simone coming in with that 4-9 record. Nothing more Buck Showalter would like to do than beat the Red Sox tonight, and he has done very well against the Red Sox, especially lately. They've certainly played the Red Sox very tough. They played the Rays very tough down the stretch. The Orioles playing very good baseball in the month of September. Ellsbury swings away and pops it up. Shortstop J.J. Hardy has got it under control, and he puts it away for out number 1.
Simone once again bringing that fastball at 97, this time inside to Ellsbury, and Ellsbury, the result, a little pop up to shortstop, tied him up a little bit.
1 down in the first inning. Dustin Pedroia, 304, 20 home runs, 89 runs batted in. Pedroia fouls it off to the right, now to play. We will be keeping very close tabs all night of what's going on at Tropicana Field, and we'll have that score for you there throughout the night so you can follow along with us. They are just underway at the Trop as David Price is on the mound tonight for the Rays. As the pitch misses to Pedroia. Yankees did go with their regulars to start that game tonight at Tropicana Field, to begin it at least. Alex Rodriguez, a late scratch, but everybody else pretty much in there. Question is, how long will Joe Girardi go with his regulars in tonight's game? This one is carved foul off to the right.
Last couple of pitches, cut fastballs from Simone at 92, so he's gone from 97 on his fastball to a couple of cutters at 92 to Dustin Pedroia.
One-two from Simone. Pedroia will ground it to third base. Chris Davis has got it. Throw across is in time. 2 down. So 2-way here in the top half of the first inning, and that'll bring up Big Papi. This lineup is ever changing and changing a lot over the last couple of days. David is in the 3 spot tonight as the DH, with Adrian Gonzalez hitting in behind him, and David settles in, hitting at .307 on the year. 1 home run shy of 30 as he sits at 29 and 96 runs batted in. There's Adrian Gonzalez waiting on deck in the cleanup spot tonight. Ortiz takes strike 1.
One of the reasons for the lineup change tonight, Terry Francona said he wanted to get his best 4 hitters up as many times as possible, 1 through 4 in this lineup.
That's strike 2, and quickly David is down 0-2.
No fastball yet to Ortiz. A curveball and a changeup to start him off and quickly get behind. No ball and 2 strikes.
Ortiz 3 for 9 in the series so far. Shift on here for the Orioles in the infield with Andino in short right. The outfield plays him straight away. Simone with the 0-2 pitch. Ortiz takes ball 1. And Simone has featured that 97-mile-an-hour fastball in this first inning. Ortiz again taking, and that didn't miss by much. 2-2.
Now Simone breaks off a curveball that was very, very close. Take a look at the Amica pitch zone. Wow. Big Papi got away with one there.
Ortiz takes ball 3, and it's a full count now. Lifetime against Boston for Simone, his only career start against the Red Sox July 9th at Fenway Park. He allowed 3 runs on 8 hits, 3 walks over 4 2/3 innings, and was tagged with the loss. 3-2 pitch. He is outside. Ortiz was down 0-2, but works the walk here with 2 down in the first inning. Simone should be out of this first, but instead he walks Ortiz. So 2 down, runner on for Adrian Gonzalez. It's at .338, 27 home runs, 117 runs batted in. He is tied for second now in the American League in batting average with Michael Young, 5 points lower than Miguel Cabrera of the Detroit Tigers, who finished strong and right now hitting at .343 heading into the last game of the season. Gonzalez takes a strike over the outside corner. First pitch strikes to all 4 batters that Alfredo Simone has faced so far tonight. Gonzalez will send one up the middle as Andino will flip to second for the force out that ends the inning. The Red Sox are gone in the top of the first. The Orioles are coming up from Camden Yards. Back at Camden Yards as we head to the bottom of the first inning. The Orioles are coming up, and their lineup looks like this. Robert Andino is at second base with J.J. Hardy at shortstop. Nick Markakis is in right field with Vladimir Guerrero, the DH. Matt Wieters does the catching with Adam Jones out in center field. Mark Reynolds at first base bats seventh. Chris Davis at third base eighth. And Nolan Reimold in there for the second straight night. He is in left field and bats ninth. So Robert Andino to lead it off here in the bottom of the first inning as he stands in on the right side. Carves the first pitch foul back to the screen. The starting pitcher is brought to you by McDonald's. And John Lester makes his 31st start of the year, 15-9 with a 3.49 earned run average, 177 Ks. And last time out, a very rough outing, 2 2/3, giving up 8 runs to the Yankees. Game the Red Sox eventually lost 9-1. The numbers against the Orioles are amazing. He is 14-0 in his career with a 2.33 earned run average. And here at Camden Yards, 7-0 with a 2.47 ERA. As Andino takes a pitch up high, and it is 1-2. Andino starting the night hitting at .263, 5 home runs, 35 runs batted in. Outfield straight away on Andino gets time. The worst inning so far this season for John Lester has been his first inning. This is where the problem has been for him for the most part, as this one is grounded foul. So important for him to get off to a good start tonight in the first inning.
He just featured his first cut fastball. Every pitch prior to that had been a straight fastball. He goes to the cut at that time, and Andino fouling it off with 2 strikes.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. That's in there for strike 3. Andino strikes out, 1 down.
Perfect pitch by Lester after going down and in with the cutter. He goes back to the outside corner with the straight fastball. Picks up the strikeout for the first out of the ball game for the Red Sox.
You may have noticed the Yankees have taken a 1-0 advantage in Tampa Bay. Tom Karen will be along to tell us all about it, but the Yankees have struck first at Tropicana Field. As J.J. Hardy stands in on the right side. 29 home runs on the year for Hardy and 78 runs batted in as he takes ball 1 from John Lester. Hardy will take the strike, 1-1. Now John Lester losing his last 3 outings at Tampa Bay, at home against Tampa Bay, and last time out against the Yankees in New York. Hardy to right field, and this will get in. Heads towards the right field corner, the 318 marker. Hardy's headed for second base. He'll get there standing with a 1-out double.
Now J.J. Hardy, pretty much known as a pull hitter, this time goes to the opposite field. It's the cut fastball again from Lester. He got it out over the plate. It was supposed to be away, and Hardy to the opposite field for the 2-base hit. So Hardy in scoring position with 1 out.
1 down here in the last half of the first inning. Hardy at second, and here's Nick Markakis. Markakis at .285 with 15 homers, 73 runs batted in. Slices it foul down the left field line, out of play. 95 on the fastball from Lester. On the temperature gauge, who's hot? Nick Markakis, 88 degrees at the plate right now. Who's not? Mark Reynolds had a very tough series. 56 degrees for Reynolds. 1 out. Hardy at second base. Markakis waiting on an 0-1 pitch. In there for strike 2. Talking about the first inning and the problems for Lester. To be factual about it, it's 19 first inning runs. Most runs allowed in any inning for Lester. And trying to keep the Orioles off the board here in this first inning. Markakis strikes out looking. 2 down. Second strikeout for John Lester.
And I love to see that. Lester going with his fastball. Fastball to the inside part of the plate to pick up the strikeout. Both strikeouts in this inning have come on his cross-seam fastball.
So 2 down in the first inning. Hardy still at second base, and here's Vladimir Guerrero. Orioles DH batting in the cleanup spot. Checks in at .292. 13 homers, 63 runs batted in. And 29 home runs a year ago in Texas. So this is his first year here in Baltimore. And a ground ball to third base gathered by Aviles. His throw is good, and Lester is out of a first inning jam. We're scoreless from Camden Yards. We played 1.
Down to Tropicana Field, Yankees take a 1-0 lead. Ben Zobrist can't handle a routine grounder from Robinson Cano. Curtis Granderson scores. David Price on the mound. The Rays hoping Price is right, but the Yankees lead 1-0. Don?
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. Back here at Camden Yards, top half of the second inning, ready to go as Ryan Lavarnway stands in. Last night's hero for the Red Sox. Second start as a catcher in the major leagues, and he takes strike 1. Lavarnway batting 5th in the Red Sox order tonight. His limited time, .265 average. First 2 major league home runs coming last night as Lavarnway grounds one back to Simone. The fire to first for the out, and there's 1 down in the second inning. Time now for the Coors Light Cold Hard Blast, and it is Ryan Lavarnway from last night. First major league home run for Ryan Lavarnway. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. 1 down here in the second inning as J.D. Drew stands in. Surprise starter in game 2 of the day-night doubleheader on Sunday in New York after being out since July the 19th. Drew getting another start here tonight. Last game of the series as he takes a pitch outside, 2-0. Drew 3 for 11 in his return with an RBI. Line drive to right and in for a base hit. Drew's aboard with 1 down here in the second inning.
Now this has been one of the surprises for the Red Sox to see the return of J.D. Drew. I did not think that we would see him the rest of the season. He gets the fastball, the 2-0 fastball from Simone, and puts it on a line hard in front of Nick Markakis out there in right field.
One of his favorite places to hit right here at Camden Yards. A .339 hitter here in Baltimore. Board at first base with 1 out in the second inning, and Marco Scutaro the batter. .297, 7 homers, 54 runs batted in. Trying to drop the bunt down, but it's fouled off at the dish.
Scutaro obviously trying to bunt for a base hit. He had third baseman Chris Davis just slightly behind the bag at third base and tried to drop it down in his direction.
Alfredo Simone in the first inning walked Ortiz with 2 outs, but Gonzalez grounded into a fielder's choice to end the first inning. The Sox have a 1-out base runner here in Drew in the second. Scutaro swinging away and popping it up left side of the infield. J.J. Hardy puts it away, 2 down. Well, to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Fenway Park, get your name into the history of America's most beloved ballpark by getting a personalized commemorative brick. Your unique message will be engraved onto a brick that will be placed inside the ballpark concourses at Gate B or Gate C. You'll also receive a free replica of the brick with a custom case to proudly display in your home or office. Visit redsox.com/bricks to get your brick today. 2 outs in the second inning. J.D. Drew at first base and Carl Crawford the batter. Crawford takes strike 1. He is 1 for 9 so far in the series against the O's. He had 4 for 24 on the current road trip, and of course started in New York. Ball and a strike now to Crawford. Crawford reaches out and lifts it down the left field line. Nolan Reimold gives chase, but it's back into the crowd. Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you in part by Eastern Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox television network. Commitment, compassion, and love of the game. Find out what we're made of at easternbank.com. 2 down in the second inning. J.D. Drew at first base. Carl Crawford down on the count 1-2. Crawford hits it in the air to shallow left as Reimold comes in and over and makes the catch towards the line that ends the top of the second inning. Inning and a half done from Camden Yards. No score. Remodeling a bath before the holidays. Do what the Red Sox did. Turn to Frank Webb's Bath Centers, the FW Webb showrooms, to gather all the information you need. Find your showroom at frankwebb.com. Into the bottom of the second inning we go. No score from Camden Yards in Baltimore. Matt Wieters, Adam Jones, and Mark Reynolds to bat here against John Lester. And a pitch fouled back to our right. Wieters has had a very good year. All-star catcher for the Orioles this season.
And one of the guys that really has decent numbers against John Lester, 348 in his career against Lester.
Key matchup brought to you by New England Honda dealers. Wieters with a 22 home run season. Driven in 68 runs. Batted 5th primarily this year for the Orioles. And a swing and a miss. 1-2. Adam Jones, then Mark Reynolds, featured here in the bottom of the second inning for the Orioles. Wieters with a swing and a foul tip, stay alive. Last night able to get his 22nd home run. He homered in game 1 of the series and homered in game 2. This time into the bullpen. Wieters grounds it down the third baseline, foul. John Lester tonight, chosen by Terry Francona, making his 3rd career appearance, 2nd start on 3 days rest. This is in the air to right field, struck pretty well, sending J.D. Drew back onto the track to make the catch. Wieters retired for the first out of the second inning and gives it a ride to deep right, but he's out number 1.
Yeah, pretty good power shown to the opposite field by Wieters. It's a cut fastball from John Lester, and the inside out swing by Wieters not deep enough. J.D. Drew has room to backtrack and make the catch.
So 1 down here in the second inning. Adam Jones coming up.
As we mentioned, Don, that 3 days resting for Lester shouldn't bother him at all because he only made a little over 50 pitches in that game against the New York Yankees.
55 pitches in 2 2/3 innings on Saturday in New York. That's ball 1 to Adam Jones. Last time he made a start on 3 days rest, got to go back to April of 2008. Gave up 4 runs on 9 hits in 5 innings in that outing, as this one is grounded foul. So it's been a while since he's even done it. And let's look at the line in the game that he did do it on back in 2008 against the Angels. Swing and a miss, and to Adam Jones, it's 1-2.
Excellent changeup there by John Lester as he keeps the ball down and away from Adam Jones. At the second changeup he's thrown in this ball game tonight.
Jones grounds it up the middle as Scudero sliding to grab it. His throw is tardy, and on is Jones with an infield hit. It is the second hit of the night for the Orioles, and Jones aboard with 1 out in the second inning.
That sounded like a broken bat that time from Adam Jones. A ground ball, but in a good spot. Marco Scudero diving to his left, comes up with it, but he had no chance at all to get Jones, who runs very well at first base. He's already by the bag by the time the ball gets to Gonzalez.
One out, one on for Mark Reynolds. Not a lot of contact in this series for Reynolds. It's at .220, 37 home runs, 86 runs batted in. He struck out 195 times on the season as he takes strike one. Swing and a miss on a pitch down and in, and Reynolds is down 0-2.
Cut fastball again from Lester, this time down and in to Reynolds. Reynolds has faced Lester 5 times, 0 for 5.
Reynolds with 37 home runs on the year. His last home run was off Justin Verlander last Saturday. Takes it high, and it's 1-2. Phillies jumped out to a 1-0 lead, but the Braves have answered and have tied that score 1-1. Chipper Jones with a sacrifice fly to tie that game. Cardinals getting underway at 8 o'clock tonight as they take on the Houston Astros again. 1-2 is hit on the ground left side. Aviles will go to second for one. The throw to first is picked by Gonzalez. A double play that ends the second inning. Around the horn they go. Through 2 from Camden Yards. No score. Dale Arnold returns to NESN tomorrow night to preview the Bruins' only locally televised preseason game of the year when they take on the Ottawa Senators at the TD Garden. Coverage begins at 6:30 on WB Mason. Bruins face off live. It's on to the third inning. Mike Aviles trying to hold up.
Well, double play to end the inning. A beautiful pivot at second base right there by Pedroia. Had Adam Jones coming in very hard at second on him. He's able to turn it over and get Lester out of the inning.
Aviles with a swing and a miss, and it evens at 1-1.
That was not an easy ball for Pedroia to handle at second base, too. That ball was down low.
Aviles getting the start at third base tonight. Jed Lowry was in there last night, and Lowry in the cleanup spot in last night's game. Aviles at third base, bats ninth. He is 1 for 9 so far on the road trip. But a good month of September. 333 in a Red Sox uniform has popped up, foul ground. Weeder's coming back, but that'll end up in the seats. Nine, 1-2 for the Red Sox here in the third inning. Aviles, Ellsbury, and Pedroia expected. Alfredo Simon has given up 1 hit through the first 2 innings. Simone has not struck anybody out yet. He does have one walk. Second full count of the night for him. And he'll walk Aviles to lead off the third inning. First time tonight Red Sox have had the lead man on. With the Patriots season underway and the Bruins soon to follow, now's the time to save your seat at Gillette Stadium and TD Garden. Visit aceticket.com right now to get great seats to upcoming Bruins and Patriots games. Lead runner on for the Red Sox as Jacoby Ellsbury stands in. He popped out to the shortstop J.J. Hardy in the first inning. Leaders requesting time as John Hirschbeck stepped out.
Aviles at first base has some speed. 14 steals on the season. He's been caught 3 times. The number on his back.
Ellsbury takes ball 1. Simone looking in, thought it was a strike. Jacoby Ellsbury leading the majors with 363 total bases. Leads in extra base hits with 83 on the year. There goes Aviles at first as Ellsbury fouls it off. Red Sox Nation trying to be heard from here at Camden Yards, but being drowned out by the Orioles faithful.
Looks like the biggest crowd of the series tonight here in Baltimore.
Aviles gains his lead again at first base, the 1-1. Ellsbury takes ball 2. Dustin Pedroia waits on deck. Red Sox batting in the top half of the third inning. Aviles has led off the third inning with a walk. Ellsbury lines it opposite field into left for a base hit. Aviles will take second, and the first 2 Red Sox have reached in the third inning.
Now Jacoby now with a 13-game hitting streak as he takes the fastball and hits it hard on the line in front of Reimold out there in left field. That fastball tailing away from Ellsbury.
Two on, nobody out, and Dustin Pedroia coming up. Dustin grounded out to the third baseman Chris Davis in the first inning. He's 0 for 1. Pedroia back up the middle into center field, a base hit. Aviles being waved around. No throw, and the Red Sox strike first on top 1-0. Dustin Pedroia drives in the game's first run.
Well, it all started with a walk to Aviles, then back-to-back base hits. Very first pitch for Dustin Pedroia. He gets the fastball. He shoots it up the middle for the base hit. No problem for Aviles to score from second base with his speed, and the Red Sox jump out in front. Pedroia now with an 11-game hitting streak to close out this season.
90th RBI of the season for Dustin Pedroia. 2 on, nobody out for David Ortiz, who walked in the first inning. Down on the count 0-2, but then worked the walk against Alfredo Simon. Ortiz takes strike 1.
Now Simone's best pitch is his fastballs. Curveball is not that great. He just flipped one in there to David Ortiz for a strike, but that's not an out pitch for him. His out pitch is his fastball.
Generally been at 97 miles an hour with that fastball. Ortiz lays off, and it's a ball and a strike. Ellsbury at second base, Pedroia at first base, nobody out here in the top of the third. Ortiz squibs one foul right at the plate and stays foul. Mike Aviles, who started this inning with a walk, comes around to score, and the Red Sox grab a 1-0 lead here in the top of the third. Yankees are on top 1-0 in Tampa Bay, and they've got the bases loaded with Granderson coming up. Chance for New York to do more damage at the Trop. Ortiz pops it up, foul ground. That'll get back and out of play. Indians with a 1-0 lead over the Tigers tonight, bottom of the third inning. The 1-2. Check swing grounder towards third. Davis will go to second for one, on to first for two. Big double play for the Orioles as they go around the horn on a check swing grounder off the bat of David Ortiz. Ellsbury takes third, but there's now 2 outs in the inning.
An excuse me swing there by Big Papi, just trying to hold the swing up. Checks it, but gets the ground ball right there. They're not in the complete shift because of the men on base, and that enables third baseman Chris Davis to make that play.
Double play is 5 to 6 to 3 as they will put on Gonzalez with first base open. Take their chances with Ryan Lavarnway. Adrian, his first time up, had grounded into a fielder's choice in the first inning, but Buck Showalter taking no chances with first base open. He'll put Adrian Gonzalez on. And visit the official online shop of the Red Sox at redsox.com. Browse the largest online selection of authentic team gear, including official caps, t-shirts, jerseys, collectibles, and more. Get your team gear straight from the source. Shop the redsox.com shop. First and third now with 2 down as Adrian Gonzalez takes his spot at first base. And Ryan Lavarnway coming up. Lavarnway grounded back to the mound in the second inning. He's 0 for 1. Lavarnway will take a pitch up top for ball 1.
Well, the Yankees now lead Tampa Bay 5-0 as Mark Teixeira has hit a grand slam.
(1-0) to Lavarnway. That'll miss inside. It's 2-0. First and third, 2 down. Red Sox have a run, looking for more. With good news from Tropicana Field as they try to go to work here in the third inning against Alfredo Simon. Lavarnway takes a strike. Let's check in with Tom Caron. TC.
All right, thank you, Don. A grand slam for Mark Teixeira has given the New York Yankees a 5-0 lead in the top of the second. David Price already at 57 pitches through 1 2/3 innings. So a rough start for Price. A big lead for the Yankees. Don?
All right, Tom, thanks very much as Lavarnway sends one foul to the screen. And the count evens at 2-2. Terry Francona keeping an eye on that scoreboard as he has over the last week plus on a nightly basis. Ellsbury at third base. Gonzalez crossed the diamond at first base. 2 down. Ryan Lavarnway with a count of 2-2. Time called as Lavarnway backs out at something in his eye. Now Matt Wieters will take advantage of the timeout to go out and talk to Simone.
A lot of the Red Sox fans here in Baltimore took a look out at the scoreboard, saw that 5-0 Yankee lead, and a big round of applause went up from the Red Sox fans. So a lot of Red Sox fans are Yankee fans tonight, at least for one night.
Two pitch to Lavarnway. Runner goes at first as Lavarnway fouls it off. As Gonzalez getting a start at first base with a count of 2-2. Bit of a surprise to see him going anywhere. Simone taking a long time in between pitches as he toes the rubber and peers into Matt Wieters. Ellsbury at third base, Gonzalez at first base, and 2 down. Gonzalez going again as Lavarnway strikes out to end the third. The Red Sox do get a run, lead it 1-0 after 2.5 from Camden Yards. For the best sports talk in the morning, there is no better tandem than Dennis and Callahan, now on 93.7 FM. All begins weekday mornings at 6 across the WEEI Sports Radio Network and right here on NESN. Bottom of the third inning, Red Sox on top 1-0. As Chris Davis leads it off here for the Orioles. Davis, the former first baseman, shifting over to third base this season. 265, 5 homers, 19 runs batted in. He bats 8th. Breaking ball missing high, and it's 1-1. We'll see Davis, Reimold, and Andino to bat here in the bottom of the third inning for the Orioles. Red Sox getting a run in the top half of the inning. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Lester with 2 strikeouts in the game, both coming in the first inning. Gave up a double in the first inning, a single in the second inning. Davis trying to hold up on a pitch in the dirt, and did, according to Wally Bell, third base umpire.
Take a look from the side, and certainly did hold up on that breaking ball from Lester.
Davis chops it foul outside of first, and it hangs at 2-2. Nolan Reimold waiting on deck. Orioles batting here in the last half of the third inning. Davis sends it foul down the left field line, out of play. The Orioles can play spoiler tonight. Been a very tough season here in Baltimore. They're 68-93, 29 games back of division winning New York.
They've been doing a good job of playing spoiler too against teams that have been in contention.
Very good finish to the year for Buck Showalter. 3-2 is ball 4, and down to first base goes Davis. They check, he didn't go. And the first walk allowed by Lester, the number 8 hitter. Well, if you're just joining us, John Lester in the first inning had 2 strikeouts. Was able to get Robert Andino to get off to a good start. And then Dustin Pedroia gets the game's first run on a base hit back up the middle into center. It scored Mike Aviles, who had walked to begin the 3rd inning. And the Red Sox have a 1-0 advantage. Lead runner on here for the Orioles in the bottom of the 3rd. As Davis is at first base and Nolan Reimold now the batter. It's in there for strike 1. Reimold at 246, 13 homers, 44 runs batted in. Did not appear in the first game of the series. Started last night in game 2. That's a strike, and it's 0-2 to Reimold. Chop towards third base, tough hop, but Aviles picks it. The throw to second is picked by Pedroia. Nice play. Pedroia handling the hop from Aviles, who threw it into the dirt. And they're able to get the lead runner in Davis for the first out of the inning.
That's the second nice play that Pedroia has made around second base tonight. One turned into a double play. This time he saved the ball from going into right field. Picks it like a first baseman. They get the forced out at second base, get the lead runner. 1 out here in the 3rd.
1 down, Reimold at first base. Top of the order, Robert Andino coming up. Andino struck out looking in the first inning, 0 for 1. Lester wanted that as he peers in, trying to figure out where it was.
Lester trying that curveball again, thought he had a strike with it. And he did. John Hirschbeck usually a pitcher's umpire.
Andino softly grounds it by the mound. Aviles picks and throws with his second out as Reimold takes second base. It's sent it down to Heidi.
Don Clay Buchholz was activated for tonight's game. Now, he won't likely see any action in the game unless it is well in hand. Buchholz also won't be starting for the Red Sox anytime soon, but he said he was happy to see his name on the list of active players for the game.
Saw my name on the bottom of the lineup card today, first time in 3.5 months, so still haven't really talked to anybody about what my role is. Obviously, I'm not going to be starting, probably be sitting on the bullpen, and if a situation arises where I can get an inning in today and go from there. But if not, you know, we'll just take it step by step.
Now, the Red Sox have not named a starter for the play-in game tomorrow if one is needed. Terry Francona said they have about 8 different scenarios depending on what happens tonight if it comes to that. There has been speculation that the team is looking outside the organization for help, but at this point, nothing has been announced. Don?
All right, Heidi, thanks very much. As J.J. Hardy hits one deep, far, and very gone. It's a 2-run home run for J.J. Hardy, and the Orioles have answered in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's 2-1 Baltimore with one swing of the bat.
Home run number 30 on the season for J.J. Hardy. He gets a cut fastball from Beckett that stays upstairs. He wants that ball down. He wants it down around the ankles. It stayed up in the zone, and Hardy hits number 30.
Two-1 Baltimore as Nick Markakis stands in and takes strike 1 over the outside corner. Markakis wasn't pleased in his first at bat with John Hirschbeck, and he's still not all that happy with him. He struck out looking in the first inning, and again going back and forth with Hirschbeck, who looks displeased as well. Sliced foul back into the crowd. That's low 1-2 now to Nick Markakis. It's the 20th home run that Lester has given up on the season. Pitch high, and it is now 2-2. J.J. Hardy is taking him deep here in the bottom of the third inning. Now Markakis in a breaking ball takes it inside, full count. Vladimir Guerrero waiting on deck. Markakis strikes out second time tonight, but the damage done. J.J. Hardy hits a 2-run home run and puts the Orioles on top 2-1.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when precise control is critical to manage the load. For all those times when fuel economy is just as important as power and acceleration, we offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game. Find your dealer at gmcdealer.com.
Players over $26 million in cash prizes. Official Red Sox gear and chances to win up to $25,000 from the field at Fenway Park. It's the season's first perfect game. Visit masslottery.com. J.J. Hardy's 2-run home run, his 30th home run of the year, has given the Orioles a 2-1 lead as J.D. Drew leads it off here in the visiting half of the fourth inning. Drew singled to right field in the second inning. On the ground towards Hardy at short, plays it and throws it in time to get Drew. One down in the fourth inning with Marco Scutaro coming up. I'm going to send out happy birthday wishes tonight to Joey Dooley's 7th birthday. Great Red Sox fan. As Red Sox right now trailing by a run 2-1 here in the fourth inning with 1 out. Scutaro popped out to short in the second inning. He is 0 for 1. In there for a strike. Simone has not had a 1-2-3 inning yet tonight. Red Sox leaving a base runner in the first, 1 in the second, and 2 in the third. Let's share the game with your fellow Sox fans by following NESN on Twitter and see what some of you had to say about the game so far here tonight. Red Sox fans happy that Mark Teixeira has hit a grand slam, no doubt. Be sure to include the hashtag Red Sox for your tweets to be considered. 1 out in the fourth inning. Marco Scutaro with a count of 1-2. The Indians have a 3-0 advantage. They've added 2 in the fourth inning. If the Tigers lose, then the Texas Rangers would have home field. 1-2 is on the ground, foul.
It's amazing we've got so many games that mean something in game 162 of the season, both in the American League and the National League.
And of course, the National League has home field advantage in the World Series by virtue of their victory at the All-Star game. 1-2 is low and away, and it is 2-2. Atlanta out to a 3-1 lead now against Philadelphia in the top of the 4th inning. They've had a very similar September to what the Red Sox have had happen to them. But the Cardinals have a 1-0 advantage in Houston. Astros had a 5-0 advantage against the Cardinals yesterday before the Cardinals came back in a big way. Scudero fouls it off, and it hangs at 2-2.
And the big problem in that game is the Astros had to go to the bullpen, and that was not a good thing.
We have seen that Astros bullpen, and it is not good.
No, didn't work out last night.
One out in the 4th. Marco Scudero waiting on a 2-2 pitch. Line into left field. A base hit headed towards the corner. Reimold over to dig it out. Scudero digging for second. He'll get there with a 1-out double.
Now Scudero has provided some big-time offense for the Red Sox down the stretch. 6-game hitting streak now for Scudero as he'll go take this inside fastball and pull it right down that left field line for the 2-base hit. So he's in scoring position with 1 out.
Scudero safe at second, safe and secure. New York life. A 1-out double for Marco Scudero here in the 4th inning. Carl Crawford the batter. Take strike 1. Crawford flied out to the left fielder Nolan Reimold in the 2nd inning. 0 for 1. That is up and away, and Wieters, even at his large frame, had to really lunge to come up with that.
Nice play by Matt Wieters to keep Scudero at second base. This ball was really sailing on Wieters, but he's got that long reach and able to make the catch.
Crawford rips it foul into the seats. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Lance Berkman has an RBI single to add to the Cardinals lead on top 2-0. Still in the top of the 1st inning in Houston. Red Sox struck first tonight, an RBI single for Pedroia in the top of the 3rd. But the Orioles have come back with a 2-run home run by J.J. Hardy in the bottom of the 3rd. Crawford lines it foul. Aviles batting out of the number 9 spot, waits on deck. 1 out here in the visiting half of the 4th inning. Crawford hits it on the ground to short. J.J. Hardy took a look at third. He's got to hurry up and gets it there just in time to get Crawford at first. He thought about going to third, but Scudero gets there with now 2 down.
Probably made the right play right there. He did take a peek toward third base, but it would have been a very close play there. And then Hardy had to really rush with that over-the-top throw to get Crawford at first base. There's the peek toward third base. Not quite enough to get Marco Scudero, and then has to really zip it to first base to get Kyle Crawford.
So 2 down, tying run 90 feet away, and Marco Scudero. Mike Aviles walked in his first at bat and takes a swing and a foul tip. That game has gone to the bottom of the 3rd. at the Trop. 82 pitches through the first 3 innings for David Price, who's had to work very hard and trails in that game 5-0. The Vilas with a check swing foul is down 0-2. Victor Martinez with an RBI single. So Tigers on the board. Indians have a 3-1 lead. Oh-2 pitch. It's outside, 1-2. Back to the fastball at 96 for Alfredo Simon. Doing some dancing down the line, and the balk is charged. The balk will tie the game. Scudero was doing a little dancing, and it took the attention of Alfredo Simon off what he was doing. He balks, and the game is tied.
That's why you see runners at third base do that. They'll fake down the line, hoping to create some kind of movement from the pitcher. And that's exactly what happened there. Here comes Scudero. Watch him go down the line, and let's watch for a little movement from the pitcher. There goes Scudero, and there's the move. Very slight.
To third and by third. Chris Davis couldn't pick it. It's into left, and Aviles is on at first base. Looked like Davis kind of olayed that at third base. Not sure what happened, but it gets by him and into left. And Aviles is at first. Rick Adair, the pitching coach, is coming out. They charge Davis with the error at third base.
Take one more look at it. Aviles goes down the third base way. They're not real strong at the corners are the Baltimore Orioles, and that's the ball that just bounced right above the glove of Chris Davis at third base. How many times do you see a runner at third base fake like he's coming home and nothing happens out of it? This time it paid off for Scudero by drawing the balk.
It is a 2-2 game as a result. Aviles now at first base, reaching on the error. Cardinals continue to score against the Astros in the first on top 4-0 now. We've got Chris Carpenter on the mound, New Hampshire native, as they throw to first, and back is Aviles. Jacoby Ellsbury has popped out to short. He has singled. Simon taking a long time in between pitches. It's up to 70 pitches with 2 outs here in the 4th inning. There goes Aviles at first. The pitch is a ball. The throw is going to be there in plenty of time to get Aviles. He is caught trying to steal. Weeder's been very good in that area this season. A balk ties this game at 2 at the end of 3.5.
Red Sox baseball is brought to you by Foxwoods Resort Casino, official resort casino of the Boston Red Sox.
This is not 1978, and Jerry, you can confirm that. As we play along to the bottom of the 4th inning, it is 2-2.
Age-wise, I wish it was 1978.
Vladimir Guerrero stands in and takes ball 1. Guerrero grounded out to third base in the first inning. He's 0 for 1.
Cut fastball again from Lester to quickly get ahead of Guerrero, or at least get even with Guerrero. 1 ball and 1 strike. That's where he wants to cut it down there, not where he hit it to J.J. Hardy.
1-1 is grounded to third. Gavilas has got it. Throw across. Plenty of time to get Guerrero one down. Well, tonight after our Red Sox coverage, stay with us for NESN Daily, presented by Sun Life Financial with Randy Scott. Bring you complete team coverage from here in Baltimore, and check in with the Patriots as Tom Brady talks about bouncing back against the Oakland Raiders. It's all coming up tonight on NESN Daily right after our Red Sox coverage. If the Red Sox qualify for the postseason tonight, we'll be live from the clubhouse here at Camden Yards. Matt Wieters bats with one out in the fourth inning. And again, as you can see, the Yankees with a 5-0 advantage over the Rays in the bottom of the third inning. Wieters ahead 2-0. Flied out to the warning track in the second inning. There's a strike, 2-1. Lester at 52 pitches through 3 1/3 innings. That's strike 2, 2-2. Wieters didn't think so as he spins out of the box.
Once again, Lester going with the fastball. A couple of fastballs here to Wieters on the outside part of the plate.
Wieters thought about it on a pitch down and in, but did not go. So Scott Berry, first base umpire. And the count runs full, 3-2 on Matt Wieters. They are to the fifth in Atlanta with the Braves on top 3-1, while the Cardinals have a 5-0 lead. They put a 5 spot on the board in the top of the first inning. 10 men to bat. 3-2, and Wieters strikes out. Fourth strikeout for John Lester. 2 down.
4 strikeouts for Lester, 2 on fastballs, 2 on cut fastballs. This is the cutter from Lester up in the zone, but no contact by Wieters.
So 2 down in the fourth inning. Adam Jones coming up. Jones with an infield hit to shortstop in the second inning. He's got 1 of 3 Baltimore hits on the night as he takes ball 1 inside. On the ground, first base. Gonzalez was swung over towards second. The flip to Lester will end the fourth inning. Played 4 from Camden Yards. Game all tied at 2. Eastern Bank is teaming up with Adrian and Betsy Gonzalez to help local families by donating $1,000 for every home run Adrian hits this season to select Habitat for Humanity affiliates in eastern Massachusetts. Two to 2 the score as we head to the top of the fifth inning. Ron Lester getting through the fourth, and Jacoby Ellsbury leading it off here in the fifth inning. Ellsbury has popped out to short, singled to left, 1 for 2. As Ellsbury takes strike 1. Boop foul off to the left, 0-2. Simone at 74 pitches as he works here in the fifth inning. Gives up a run in the third inning and then balks in a run in the fourth inning. Pedroia drove in that first run and waits on deck here in the top of the fifth inning. Framed by Wieters, and Simone turns his back. Wanted that pitch badly. It's 1-2. And Buck Showalter is getting into it with Hirschbeck. Hirschbeck has turned and started to yell back at him in the dugout.
And most of the time, those are strikes with Hirschbeck.
Swing and a miss, and Ellsbury's down on strikes anyway. Second strikeout for Simone, 1 out in the 5th.
Take a look at the last 2 pitches on Jacoby Ellsbury. This one was not called a strike, very, very close. But then Ellsbury swings and misses at a pitch that's up and away. Looks like the cut fastball from Simone.
One down in the 5th for Dustin Pedroia. He's grounded out to third base, single to drive in a run to center field as he takes ball 1. That's in there for a strike, and it's a ball and a strike now to Pedroia.
That might be the best breaking ball Simone has thrown all night. It stayed up in the zone, but it had some sharp break to it, which he has not had on most of his curveballs.
That one misses inside, and it's 2-1 now to Pedroia. David Ortiz waiting on deck. Red Sox batting here in the top half of the 5th inning. Boston has left 4 men on base. The Orioles have left 1. Simone has not had a 1-2-3 inning all night. And this is his 80th pitch with 1 out in the 5th. And Pedroia with a big hack evens the count now at 2-2.
Now Pedroia helping out a little bit there, swinging a pitch that's up and out of the strike zone. Home run swing and a high fastball.
Pedroia reaches out, protects the plate, and fouls it off to the right. Still 2-2. Mike Napoli is homered against his former team, and the Rangers are out to a 1-0 advantage. They play early evening baseball on the West Coast. They move that game up a tad to a 5 p.m. Pacific Coast start time, and the Rangers, of course, should be traveling back home after that ball game with the Angels. Begin their series Friday afternoon. Here's a drive to left for Pedroia. Reimel going back, and that is out of the yard. Dustin Pedroia willing his way to the postseason as the Red Sox take a 3-2 lead.
Now Pedroia again gets one of those high fastballs and has a home run swing on it. This time he makes contact and takes it out of the ballpark. They wanted to go away with Pedroia, but that ball stayed inside. And that's almost an identical pitch as the one he fouled off. Home run 21 on the season for Pedroia.
Red Sox back on top. Second hit, second RBI of the night for Pedroia.
I'm going to tell you something very weird right now, Don. Almost simultaneously, when Pedroia hit his home run, Mark Teixeira just hit another one for the Yankees.
Hess and Hess Express, proud sponsors of the Red Sox and the Red Sox on NESN during the 2011 Red Sox season. Hess and Hess Express will donate $500 to the Red Sox Foundation for every Red Sox home run. Hess and Hess Express committed to helping the cause. Here is a 1-0. Ortiz takes ball 2. Let's check in with Tom Caron.
Thanks, Don, and here it is. As Jerry said, they left the park almost at the same moment. Mark Teixeira, the grand slam earlier, his 39th home run of the year here. It's a solo shot, and it's now a 6-0 lead. They're in the top of the 4th. Don?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. David taking a big swing and a foul off to the left on the 2-0 pitch. It's 2-1 now.
That was very weird. I'll tell you, I was watching the Yankee game over here to my right. I saw Teixeira go deep. I turned left, and Pedroia's gone deep.
You're multitasking.
Yes, oh yes. For the last couple of nights, we've been doing that.
Troy Patton up in the pen now for the O's. Ortiz fouls it back to the screen, 2-2. Ortiz to right. Back goes Markakis to the warning track, and it's off the wall. David will pull it up with a long single to right field.
That was to the left of the scoreboard, a line drive. This time a fly ball that's going to hit off the scoreboard up high. Actually, not that high. Not as high as I thought it was. Ortiz has to hold up at first base, and here comes Buck Showalter.
He's had the lefty. Troy Patton warming in the pen. You got Adrian Gonzalez coming up. And Buck Showalter's going to make the change. Red Sox have taken a 3-2 lead in the fifth. Tomorrow night, my partner Jerry Remy will hand out his annual hardware on the Remy Awards postseason edition. Find out who he names the top dog, who ends up in the doghouse, and more. It's coming to you tomorrow night at 6. 3-2 Red Sox on top of the Orioles. 1 out in the fifth inning. Adrian Gonzalez takes strike 1. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by New England Ford dealers. Troy Patton into the game here for the O's. His 20th appearance, 2-1 with a 3.25 earned run average. 27 2/3, got 22 Ks, and opponents hitting at 221. Straightens up Gonzalez with a pitch inside. Alfredo Simon responsible for David Ortiz, who's at first base. They did not hold him on. Reynolds playing in behind him. On the ground, off the glove of Patton. And Dino will try to get it. Can't do anything with it. And Gonzalez trips over the bag at first. Kind of stumbled, but he reaches. It's a base hit.
If the pitcher Patton lets that ball go, it's probably a double play to end the inning. Instead, he knocks it down, and once he does, nobody can get to it to make a play. And Dino gets to it, but there's no play at first base. That ball gets by the glove. You can see and Dino headed in that direction. Probably would have been a double play. Instead, it ends up as a base hit for Gonzalez.
Especially with the tandem that is running on the bases currently. With Ortiz, the lead runner, and Gonzalez. But instead, it is first and second with 1 out. And Ryan Lavarnway, who is 0 for 2 in the game tonight, grounded to the mound in the second, struck out swinging in the third. Takes strike 1. Troy Patton got the win on Monday against the Red Sox, going an inning and 2/3. Rick Vandenherk, who started a game recently at Fenway Park in Boston for the Orioles, warming up in the pen. Lavarnway pops it up down the left field line. Hardy, the shortstop, won't have a play. It's back into the seats.
Pedroia's weight shift from the back to the front. Very violent swing on a fastball that's up and in. Very quick hands. And the result, the home run. He had to be looking for something inside on that. That ball was right around his neck.
Didn't miss by much, and it is 1-2. The pitching line brought to you by your Boston area Lexus dealers. Alfredo Simon, 4 1/3, 6 hits, 3 runs, walked 3, struck out 2. The book not yet complete. Responsible for David Ortiz, who's at second base. Red Sox have 2 on, 1 away. So they've taken the lead again here in the fifth. Varnway fouls it off. 2 on, 1 away. One-two pitch is inside, and it is 2-2. J.D. Drew waiting on deck. 2 on, 1 out here in the 5th. It is 3-2 here at Camden Yards. 975 miles away at Tropicana Field. It is 6-0 New York. To left. Reimold moving back. He will make the catch for the second out. Base runners back to their bases with 2 away.
Ball scorched pretty good that time by LeVon Way. A line shot, but right at Nolan Reimold out there in left field. Just had to move a couple of steps to his right, or his left, I should say, and makes the catch.
Red Sox Nation, if you need medical care at Fenway Park, visit the Beth Israel Deaconess First Aid Stand behind Section 12. Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox. Visit them at bidmc.org. 2 outs in the 5th, 2 on, and J.D. Drew the batter. 1 for 2 tonight is J.D. singled in the second. Four for 13 since his return. It's outside for ball 2. That's in there for a strike. 2-1. Orioles on their second pitcher of the night. Alfredo Simon started this inning. Gives up the 3 runs the Red Sox have. Now Troy Patton with a 2-1 pitch. Drew lifts it in the air to shallow center. Adam Jones makes his way in and puts it away to end the inning. But the Red Sox take the lead. Dustin Pedroia gets his 21st home run of the year and puts the Sox on top 3-2 at Camden Yards in Baltimore. Boston Red Sox baseball and NESN is brought to you by Eastern Bank, awarded highest customer satisfaction in retail banking in the New England region 2 years in a row by J.D. Power and Associates. Find out more of what we're made of at easternbank.com. It is the last of the 5th inning, and first pitch swinging is Mark Reynolds to right. It is over the head of Drew and off the wall. The caramel kick to right center. Reynolds will pull it up at second base. A double to start the bottom of the 5th inning for Baltimore.
Well, Reynolds jumping on that first fastball from John Lester and takes it hard up over the head of J.D. Drew. It took a real hard bounce off that bottom of the wall. As you can see, goodbye Drew. Backed up by Ellsbury in the second base. Is Reynolds in scoring position?
He's done virtually nothing in the series. He grounded into a double play in the second, but here he doubles in the 5th. There was a 21-minute wait for John Lester in between innings, and a double starts this bottom of the 5th. Now Chris Davis, a third baseman for the Orioles. And a swing and a miss for strike 1. David Price out of the game in Tampa Bay. Juan Cruz is now in. With the Yankees on top 6-0 into the 5th. Davis looks at strike 2. Meanwhile, the Tigers have tied things up now. They were trailing 3-0. Rangers still have a 1-0 advantage over the Angels. It's inside, and it's 1-2. Nolan Reimold on deck, number 9 man in the Orioles order. (7-0) now. New York on top. They add a run off Juan Cruz right away. There's a ground ball right side. Pedroia into the slide to grab it. He throws out Davis, but Reynolds takes third base on the ground out. He's there with 1 out in the inning.
Now the Amica Pit Zone is brought to you by Amica and 4 strikeouts on the night for Lester. A fastball to Andino, a fastball to Markakis, a cut fastball to Markakis again, and then Wieters on a cut fastball.
Let's send it to Tom Caron for a game break, TC.
All right, thank you, Don. More long ball from the New York Yankees. This is Andrew Jones hitting his 13th homer of the year off reliever Juan Cruz. It is now a 7-0 Yankees lead in the top of the 5th. Don?
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. 3-2 here. Red Sox on top of the Orioles are threatening the infield in all the way around with Mark Reynolds at third base, 90 feet away. Nolan Reimold takes a pitch outside for ball 1. Reimold reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd inning and came around to score on the 2-run home run by J.J. Hardy. Reynolds started this inning with a double. Took 3rd on the ground out by Chris Davis. Reimold will take a ball, and it is now 2-0. Reimold fouling it back to the screen. 94 in the fastball from Lester. Visit your local Lowe's to enter for a chance to win a VIP World Series experience. Compliments of Scott's. Reimold grounds down the third baseline foul. Picked barehanded by Aviles, but a foul ball, and the count evens at 2-2. Andino waiting on deck. Lester at 66 pitches with 1 out in the 5th. Reimold lays off. They're going to check, and he didn't go. It's a full count now, 3-2. Tying run 90 feet away, gaining his lead. Lester backs off, and LaVarnway is going to head out and talk to him. There have not been a great many conversations tonight, even though LaVarnway catching Lester for the first time. They've been pretty much on the same page for the most part.
Yeah, there has not been a lot of shaking off either by John Lester.
Well, immediately following the game tonight, stay with us for WB Mason's Extra Innings Live with TC, Jim, and Heidi. Get a complete post-game coverage of the final game of this regular season, including Sox clubhouse reaction, and Heidi will bring you the manager's perspective in Terry's take. It's all coming up right after the game on WB Mason Extra Innings Live. Again, if the Red Sox are able to clinch tonight, we'll have all the live coverage from the Red Sox clubhouse from Camden Yards. Reimold grounds to short. Scudero's coming home. LaVarnway will apply the tag for the out. They get Reynolds at the plate for out number 2.
Now, a little bit surprising they're playing contact here. They have their leadoff man up next.
There's contact on the infield in. The throw's a little bit off target, but Vonway makes a nice play. The catch comes around, two hands, makes the tag on Reynolds coming in. Reynolds trying to go around Vonway, cannot do it. Well, the Red Sox cut down a big run at home plate. Playing the infield in paid off. Contact did not pay off for the Orioles.
So Reimold at first now, 2 down here in the 5th. And Robert Andino the batter. Andino struck out in the 1st, grounded out in the 3rd. Had a relatively quiet series. Has done a lot of damage against the Red Sox in the course of the season series. As he takes ball 1. Andino has served as a very good second baseman for the Orioles in the absence of Brian Roberts, their normal leadoff hitter and second baseman, who has been dealing with concussion symptoms for a lot of the year and has been injured really for the last 2 seasons for Baltimore. Andino will chop it to short. Scooteroo will go to first base to end the inning, and Lester out of a jam in the 5th. We played 5 and the Red Sox still have a 3-2 lead. Remodeling a bath before the holidays. Do what the Red Sox did. Turn to Frank Webb's Bath Centers, the FW Webb showrooms, to gather all the information you need. Find your showroom at frankwebb.com. Red Sox brass. The Red Sox have a 3-2 lead as we head to the top half of the 6th inning. Sam Kennedy here in Baltimore as we play along to the 6th. Marco Scutaro, Carl Crawford, Mike Aviles. Scutaro popped out in the 2nd, doubled and scored in the 4th. In there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Troy Patton back out there, got the final 2 outs of the 5th, and starts this 6th inning, dealing with the bottom 3rd of the Red Sox order. Chop to 3rd, knocked down by Davis. Time to recover, and he does. Able to get Scutaro at first base. Well, share the game with your fellow Sox fans by following NESN on Twitter. Let's see what some of you have said about the game tonight. And Red Sox fans all becoming a Mark Teixeira fans for the moment. Of course, hit a grand slam in Tampa Bay tonight. And people very excited about Dustin Pedroia, no doubt. Again tonight, big night. He has 2 RBIs in this game, the first run of the night for the Red Sox and the run that puts them on top. 3-2, Red Sox on top, 1 out. Carl Crawford takes a pitch outside. Crawford flied out to left in the 2nd, grounded out to short in the 4th. Crawford to left. Reimold back to make the play. Here is 2 outs in the 6th inning. For every Red Sox game that goes into extra innings or the Red Sox get a save, CVS Pharmacy will donate $500 to Children's Hospital Boston. CVS Pharmacy, the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox. 2 down in the 6th inning, and Mike Aviles coming up. Aviles has been on twice without the benefit of a base hit. Walked and scored in the 3rd. Reached on an error in the 4th inning. As he takes strike 1. Tried to hold up, but goes around and is down 0-2.
Avila's chasing a ball that's down and probably out of the strike zone. But he did make an offer at it.
One hop to J.J. Hardy, who throws him out. Troy Patton has retired the last 5 Red Sox he's faced. We head to the bottom of the 6th, 3-2 Red Sox. Game 162 has lived up to its billing so far. The Red Sox have a 3-2 lead right now. Last half of the 6th inning, J.J. Hardy will take it in the dirt, and it is 2-0. John Lester back on the hill for the 6th inning. J.J. Hardy has had a big game already, doubled in the 1st inning, and then hit a 2-run home run off John Lester in the 3rd inning. In there for a strike, 2-1. It's outside, 3-1. 7th inning at Turner Field in Atlanta. The Braves have a 3-1 advantage, while the Cardinals have added one more and lead it 6-0 now against the Astros. Ball 4, and Hardy is on base for the 3rd time tonight. This time to lead off the 6th inning.
Double, the 2-run home run in the 3rd inning. Now the walk to lead off the 6th.
So lead runner on here in the 6th inning. Nick Markakis is coming up. He has struck out twice in the game, once looking in the 1st and last time up swinging.
J.J. Hardy really has been the only thorn in the side so far tonight to John Lester.
There is ball 1, and Lester wanted that. Looked like a pretty good pitch.
Just a little bit out of the strike zone.
Inside, it is 2-0, and Lavarnway is going to head out and talk to Lester.
So's Pedroia, so's Gonzalez. It's going to be a hopeful meeting on the mound.
Have you experienced the BostonGlobe.com? Get everything you love about the Globe delivered to your computer, tablet, or phone. BostonGlobe.com is free to subscribers, and it's free to everyone during the month of September, courtesy of Coldwell Banker Residential Brokerage. Experience BostonGlobe.com today. A walk for J.J. Hardy to start the bottom of the 6th inning. 2-0 pitch coming to Nick Markakis. And it's inside, 3-0. Vladimir Guerrero waiting on deck. Part of the Orioles order in this inning. There's a strike, 3-1. Markakis taken all the way. That's ball 4, and it's back-to-back walks for John Lester to start the 6th inning. Walks 2 and 3 of his outing, and Kurt Young is headed out.
This pitch, I think, a little bit closer to being a strike than the one earlier in the at-bat. And You can see why Lester upset at that call.
Action in the Red Sox pen. The former Baltimore Oriole Matt Albers is first up. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Boston Red Sox, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Boston Red Sox. 2 on, nobody out. Vladimir Guerrero, the batter. Guerrero taking a big hack at the first offering, and he fouls it back to the screen.
Yeah, Guerrero was trying to put 3 quick runs up on the board with that swing. Fastball away from him from John Lester. Big swing by Guerrero and fouls it back.
In the dirt, and it is 1-1. Saw a flash of lightning off to the right. There's a chance for thunder showers in the area tonight. J.J. Hardy at second. Nick Markakis at first. Nobody out in the 6th inning. Red Sox holding on to a 1-run advantage right now. Guerrero hits it on the ground. Scudero's got it. He'll flip with his glove to Pedroia for 1. On to first for 2. What a play. A double play turned by the Red Sox.
I'll tell you what, Scudero has made some big plays in this game. He caused a balk. Number 1, he threw a man out at the plate. Number 2, with the infield in. And how about this for a double play? Right out of the glove to Dustin Pedroia from a tough angle. And Pedroia is able to turn it over. Scudero coming up huge in this game tonight.
So a double play. It is the second double play turned of the night for the Red Sox. Scudero and Pedroia go glove to glove. J.J. Hardy at third base represents the tying run, again 90 feet away. Second straight inning that's happened. Matt Wieters the batter this time, and Wieters takes ball 1 in the dirt.
One more look at the double play and watch the flip from a tough angle by Marco Scudero to Dustin Pedroia. Actually gets it to a spot where Pedroia can make a catch and turn it. Sometimes those flips just go all over the place. That time it was just about perfect for Pedroia to handle.
In the dirt again, 2-0. John Lester in this inning trying to work his way around 2 walks to begin the inning. Tying run 90 feet away, and J.J. Hardy. 2-0 pitch. 3-0. Pitching line brought to you by Ace Ticket. 5 2/3 now for Lester. 4 hits, 2 walks. He's walked 3, 2 in this inning. 4 strikeouts for Lester. 86 pitches deep into his outing. See if Wieters has the green light. He's taken it. He takes ball 4 and hits down to first base. That's the 3rd walk of the inning allowed by Lester.
Now this is where the 3 days rest on maybe starting to kick in a little bit for John Lester. Pitch count up to 87. That's after 50 plus in his last outing 3 days ago.
First and third, 2 down. Adam Jones singled in the second. He grounded out in the 4th. He is 1 for 2. Ball one. Prior to this inning, Lester had walked one batter through the first 5. It's Chris Davis to lead off the third. He's walked 3 batters in this inning. That's a strike, and it evens the count at 1-1. Breaking ball fouled back, and it's 1-2. Tigers have taken a 4-3 lead over Cleveland on a wild pitch as they play in the bottom of the 7th inning in Detroit. Mark Reynolds waiting on deck. 1st and 3rd here for the Orioles. 2 down in the 6th inning. Time called, and Barnway headed back out again. Coming up after the game tonight, it's Granite City Electric's Red Sox final with TC, Jim, and Heidi. You get the complete highlights from the Yankees Rays and the latest update on the MLB postseason as to who will be playing where. Plus, we'll give you the final word from Baltimore as the regular season comes to a close. It's all coming up after the game, only on NESN. J.J. Hardy is at third base. Matt Wieters at first. 2 down in the 6th inning. 1-2 the count to Adam Jones. In the dirt, and it's 2-2. If the Red Sox clinch the wild card here tonight, we'll have all the coverage from the Camden Yard clubhouse live here from Camden Yards. Franklin Morales, Matt Albers warming up in the pen. Albers has been up all inning. Two to Jones. Ball 3, full count. If nothing else, this inning has really driven up the pitch count for Lester. Is up to 92 now with 2 outs. Three-two pitch to Adam Jones. Jones strikes out. It gets away briefly from Lavarnway and fires to first to end the inning. Lester walks 3 but gets out of it unscathed. The Red Sox take a 3-2 lead to the 7th inning.
Official resort casino of the Boston Red Sox.
At 3-2, Red Sox have the lead, and Marco Scudero's had a very good defensive night at shortstop. First of all, cutting down a run at home plate on the contact play. Lavarnway with the tag, and one of the best double plays you'll see as he flips it right out of his glove to Pedroia, who turns it over for the double play. Marco Scudero a big part in this ball game. He also caused a balk by Simone to bring in a run in this game.
Troy Patton back on the mound for the Orioles here in the 7th inning. With the final 2 outs of the 5th at a 1-2-3 6th, and back out there to face Ellsbury to begin things in the 7th inning.
The strikeout by John Lester to end last inning. It's on a curveball to Jones, and Lavarnway has to throw him out at first base.
We've seen flashes of lightning here in Baltimore over the last couple of minutes, and it has just started to rain as they've had the tarp crew in behind the tarp down the right field line in preparation for the possibility And the rain has started here in Baltimore. They are ready to go should they be called upon. Last thing the Red Sox really want right now. Ellsbury hits one in the air to shallow right. In comes Markakis. And he makes the catch for the first out of the 7th inning. Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Eastern Bank. With something as simple as your checking account shouldn't come with a lot of strings attached. Eastern Free Checking. See just how good a checking account can feel. One out in the 7th inning as Dustin Pedroia stands in on the right side. Dustin 2 for 3 in the game. RBI single in the 3rd, a home run in the 5th as he takes ball 1 outside. That'll miss. 2-0. Well, amazing Alfredo Aceves. He is up in the pen for the first time tonight.
Red Sox are hoping for Aceves, Bard, and Papelbon to finish this one out.
Aceves with 36 pitches last night. 2-0 pitches outside. 3-0. 19 and 16 the 2 days before that as Aceves has worked 3 straight days. Total of 71 pitches in the last 3 games for Aceves. Gets ready for his 4th straight appearance. That's ball 4 and Pedroia is on. What better way to start your day than a little Sox talk on the radio home for Boston Red Sox baseball, now on 93.7 FM. Join Dennis and Callahan weekday mornings at 6 across the WEEI Sports Radio Network, and of course right here on NESN. 1 out, 1 on in the 7th, and David Ortiz coming up. He's been on twice tonight. A walk in the 1st, a single in the 5th. Ortiz takes ball 1. Ortiz towards left center. Jones on the run, won't get there. It gets down for a hit. Jones cuts it off as Pedroia heads for 3rd. Throw goes to 2nd, and Ortiz will be out at 2nd base. David with a head-first slide, and he is tagged out at 2nd. Pedroia takes 3rd, but now with 2 outs.
Well, it was going to take a perfect play to get David Ortiz at 2nd base, and that's exactly what they got out of Adam Jones. The backhand, the strong throw all the way in the air, and they have Ortiz at 2nd. So now it's 2 outs with a man at 3rd base.
15th outfield assist of the year for Jones. They will put on Adrian Gonzalez for the 2nd time tonight.
They have a right-hander loosening in the bullpen, and LeVon Wade due up next.
Villiers warming in the pen for the Orioles. It's marks the 19th time of the year that Gonzalez has been intentionally walked. And the 2nd time tonight. Here comes Buck Showalter with runners at 1st and 3rd and 2 down. He will make the change. Villiers will come into the game with 2 outs here. In the top of the 7th inning, it's 3-2 Red Sox. Red Sox have a 3-2 lead over the Orioles. Time now for the flamethrower, brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce. Hot Sauce, the iconic wooden cap. John Lester's line tonight, 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 4 walks, and 5 Ks. 4 of those walks coming in the bottom of the 6th inning, but did not allow a run in that inning, as Lester and the Red Sox have a 3-2 advantage. Meanwhile, the Orioles move on to their 3rd pitcher of the night. Williere in here to face Ryan Lavarnway with runners at first and third and 2 down. And Lavarnway takes strike 1. Here's 19th appearance, 2-2 with a 3.50 earned run average. Opponent sitting at 190 against Air. His last 8 appearances, gone 6 1/3 scoreless innings. So Red Sox have Pedroia at third, Gonzalez at first. In the dirt, and it's 1-1. Lavarnway tonight 0 for 3 in the ball game. Is grounded out, struck out, and flied out. They've moved to the 7th inning at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg. The Yankees have a 7-0 lead as it starts to rain here again at Camden Yards. Lavarnway hits a 2-hopper out to Hardy at shortstop, flips to second for the force out to end the inning. 7th inning stretch now from Camden Yards. 3-2 Red Sox on top. Let's check in with your Need to Know with NESN Daily, presented by Sunlight Financial. Here's Randy Scott.
Thank you, Don. NESN will have the second to last Bruins preseason game of the year tomorrow night. The Bruins won't just be battling the Senators, they will be battling themselves because head coach Claude Julien hasn't quite finalized his roster, and the Bees made 7 cuts last night. Julien said today at practice he looks forward to seeing guys battling for roster spots through the next week. We're going to have a report from Bruins practice and from Tom Brady's media day at Gillette Stadium. It's all tonight on NESN Daily, presented by Sunlight Financial, annuities, employee benefits, life insurance. More Red Sox baseball after the break.
Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Welcome back to Camden Yards in Baltimore. 3-2 Red Sox on top of the Orioles, and as you can see, they are pulling out the tarp here at Camden Yards. The thunder showers were expected throughout the night, and here they are. As it appeared, we saw lightning off in the distance for a while, and we're kind of hoping it would stay in the distance, but it has arrived here now and raining pretty hard. John Hirschbeck deciding in between innings to pull the tarp. And lots of rain coming here, it appears, on the radar for the next little bit here in Baltimore. And right now pulling the tarp at the moment as the umpires talk it over. The Red Sox on top 3-2. Well, Lester was coming out of this game anyway, Jerry, with Fredo Sevis about to come in.
Yeah, Sevis was making his way in from the bullpen, and probably better this way that they stop it right now before the inning starts and then have to stop it, and you got to get a Sevis up and down a couple of different times. So the Red Sox don't lose a pitcher here because, as you mentioned, Lester was coming out of the game, a Sevis coming in. So the Red Sox will now have to sit through a delay with the 3-2 lead.
Your thoughts on John Lester tonight in 6 innings of work?
Much better, much better. Still had some problems with his control, but that was later on, I think, as he started to fatigue a little bit. He made that one mistake on a high-cut fastball to J.J. Hardy that he took out of the ballpark. But I thought he had a very good fastball tonight, curveball. The cutter was good. A much better outing than we've seen recently from Lester.
Lester ends up going 6 innings tonight, 4 hits, 2 runs. He walks 4 and strikes out 5, and walked 3 in that 6th inning. As John Hirschbeck going it over with the groundskeeper here, head groundskeeper for Camden Yards, and checking out what the radar is looking like. It is coming down pretty good right now here at the moment. It's been quite a night for Marco Scutaro.
Well, it has. He's one of the big reasons the Red Sox have the 3-2 lead. I mean, he caused a balk on Simone as he faked down the third base line, and the pitcher just moved a little bit, flinched, and that now a play at the plate with the contact play on. He gets Reynolds at home plate and turns over an absolutely beautiful double play right there, glove to glove, as you mentioned, Don, from Scutaro to Pedroia. They turn the double play, and he's had a big part in this ball game tonight.
Share the game with your fellow Sox fans by following NESN on Twitter. Let's see what some of you had to say about the game tonight. A lot of Scutaro talk, as you might imagine. Sure to include the hashtag Red Sox for your tweets to be considered. Well, it is 3-2 right now. The Red Sox on top of the Orioles. We're in the midst of a rain delay. Let's send it back to Boston and Tom Caron. TC.
All right, thank you, Don. We are here in our NESN Television Center with Hall of Famer Jim Rice. It is only fitting in a year at which we have seen more than our fair share of rain delays that on the final day of the regular scheduled season, we would have one more rain delay.
I don't mind as long as they win.
You know, all things considered, nobody wants a rain delay, but all things considered, it's not a bad time to get a rain delay. John Lester was done, as Don and Jerry were just talking about. Alfredo Aceves, he was up and hot and ready to come in. You don't like to have him cool down and have to get him warmed up again. But this is not a bad time, and a good job by the umpires in a very important game to take this rain delay now. Because you're in between pitchers. You're not going to lose a pitcher out of this. You're not going to have to change the way you go about this. When they start up again, Alfredo Aceves will come out and start this. So all things considered, not a bad time if you're going to have a rain delay.
Yeah, but you seem like Aceves was out there. He was already in his rhythm. And so now he's got to go back and see if he can find that rhythm. I don't know how many pitches. He'd probably go out there as long as he wants to. But still, I think the key thing here is trying to find that rhythm. And then if he gets in trouble, just make sure the time he goes out there, get someone else up.
And again, this is a guy who has pitched in each of the last 3 games. And I know you love guys who can go out there and give you everything, but you got to be careful because Aceves has become a very important part of this bullpen. He's gone 3 straight days. He's already done his warm-up in the rhythm, as you say. Now he's got to go sit down. Now he's got to cool off, and you got to start all over again. You got to be real careful here tonight.
I think if he goes out there and doesn't, he goes out there and try not to overthrow the ball. His stuff is still going to be there. But if he gets in trouble, you get someone up. Because, like, you no win tonight, you're at home anyway.
That's right. You're not saving him for anything, but you're not going to probably look for more than 1 inning out of Aceves. I think you're going to go with Aceves, Bard, Papelbon, try to nail it down with your best. We'll see what happens with Bard because we know that he's been struggling. But you're going to go with the guys who brought you here.
So if Aceves gets in trouble, you already got Bard up. And you hope that Bard can give you 1 inning or 1+, and then you call in Papelbon. But still, I think when you're out there, you got to go with your horse. You got to go with the guys that got you to Aceves, Bard, Papelbon.
The good news is, and you will not hear us say these words very often, the good news is Mark Teixeira is having a good night. Mark Teixeira, who came close to becoming a member of the Red Sox, is doing his part to help the Red Sox. A grand slam for Teixeira in the 2nd inning, giving the Yankees a 5-0 lead. He adds a solo home run. He's got 39 on the air right now. 7-0, the Rays with just 2 hits off that patchwork quilt of Yankee pitchers. It's the top of the 7th at Tropicana Field. We'll keep a close eye on that because obviously if the Rays lose, then the Red Sox just need to win tonight, need to hold on to this 1-run lead with 9 outs to go to get to the American League Division Series.
Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? But it's not that easy, though, but it sounds good.
Listen, again, baby steps, I said in the pregame show. They haven't won back-to-back games this month. They could win that tonight and make it 2 straight, make it 3 out of 4, and get tomorrow off, which could be important rather than using up more pitchers tomorrow before going to game 1. Obviously, you'd much rather have the day off and get to either Detroit or Texas, regroup, and get ready to go. Let's take a look at how this one became a 3-2 Red Sox game here in the 1st inning. Actually, it was the 3rd inning, and the Red Sox got a run on the board. Mike Aviles draws a walk. You got to watch those leadoff walks to number 9 hitters. They come back to haunt you. Ellsbury, a base hit, and Dustin Pedroia, who has been showing fire this last week while the rest of the team has been struggling. Pedroia gets him on the board.
I mean, he's the type of guy that's sort of like if Ellsbury's not there starting the car, you got Dustin in there turning the key a little bit. And so these guys have been complimenting each other the whole year. And I think it started probably in spring training or before you got to spring training. I think they worked out together in Arizona.
Out at API.
Yeah, so they had a good idea of what they had to do.
And Pedroia gives him a little bit of that fire, gives Ellsbury a little bit of that rah-rah stuff that maybe gets Ellsbury going.
I believe so. You got to because he didn't really play the year before. So by not playing the year before, you give him that little nudge a little bit, and look what he's done this year.
So Ellsbury's the spark plug and Pedroia's the jumper cables. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I would probably say yes. You know, sometimes you need a heavy-duty car.
You need to crank it a little bit every once in a while. Turn it over. All right, here we go. They come right back. The Orioles haven't given up. We know that. Davis with a leadoff walk. And Dino with the ground. And now Aviles can't cleanly turn the double play. They get the out at 2nd, but instead of 3 outs, it's only 2 outs, and the inning keeps going, and they will pay the price. We've talked about this so often. Good teams, bad teams, doesn't matter. These are major leaguers. You give them an extra out, they'll make you pay.
Extra out, but I went back and I looked at the play. We just saw it right there. I don't think he could have turned 2 on that play right there because the ball was over to his right. The ball was already beaten him up. It was short hop and everything, so he backhanded the ball. But you got to give Pedroia all the credit for catching that ball.
I give him the credit for everything tonight. Doing it in the field with a couple of plays and doing it at the plate. down 2-1. They get a run in the 4th, and then they add a run in the 5th inning as well. The 21st home run of the season for Dustin Pedroia. And that's where the Red Sox stand now with that 3-2 lead.
The rooster in the sun. You can't get that ball up over his head high enough, just like trying to get that sun up over that rooster. You can't do that. Look at this man. It's like he was down and he was just swinging the. He's amazing.
Can't get anything by.
I mean, he's got to be the best high fastball hitter of all of baseball.
Well, he cleans that one out and gets it out of the park. Then in the 5th inning, how about a little defense here as the Red Sox, with that 3-2 lead, get the out at home. Lavarnway holds on to it. They get Reynolds charging in. Scudero throws him down, and Lavarnway holds on.
You got two big guys, one blocking the plate and one coming in. Good thing it wasn't collision there, but I would take the catcher on that.
Lavarnway getting the start for the second straight night. He's done all the right things. Couple of homers yesterday, throws the guy out at third base, and now applies the tag. In a 1-run lead, a game-saving tag, maybe a season-saving tag. We'll see how it plays out, but he does well to avoid the collision and then plays the tag. And then the defensive play of the game might be one of the defensive plays of the year. Marco Scudero here with Guerrero at the plate. They call this a little glove story here as he flips it over to Pedroia. 6-4-3 double play.
We're talking about a run scored and maybe first and third. And I think with that play there, with Scudero making the play and giving the ball to Dustin, I mean, look how he turned this play here. That ball was on the ground, and he turned around and made that play.
Without resetting himself, he reaches down, turns, and fires. So well done all the way around. Scudero gloving it over to him, and Pedroia getting that throw to Adrian Gonzalez and keeping this right where it stands at 3-2. Now, John Lester is done for the night. 6 innings, 2 earned runs allowed, pitching on 3 days rest. Looked good from the start, Jim. Couple of strikeouts in the 1st inning. Started laboring there in the 6th, no question about it, but he gets it out and gets through 6.
What I like at the beginning of the game, he really came out challenging hitters. And all of a sudden, you know, it seemed like the fatigue came a little bit. And it seemed like he wasn't going inside. He started nibbling a little bit, but he went out and he gave you those 6 innings.
Again, you're playing under the ultimate pressure where this could be the last game of the entire season. This team could break up, go its separate ways if they lose tonight and the Rays win. But the Rays are trailing 7-0, and the Red Sox, with a rain delay going on in the 7th right now, are giving it everything they have in game 162 at Camden Yards. You can see the rain on the lens of the camera, the rain coming down, the tarp on the field. It all means we're not playing baseball. You know what that means, Jim? If they ain't playing, you and I are talking. We've done a lot of that this year. Welcome back to our NESN Television Center. Had a little extra coffee tonight, a little something extra to make it through the night. But we've done this. We've had plenty of practice this year, filling rain delays, and it's only appropriate we do it one more time. Red Sox holding on to a 1-run lead. They're going to the bottom of the 7th. And the good news coming out of Tropicana Field right now, David Price, certainly not himself tonight, although he struggled under 500 this season. It all starts with an error. Robinson Cano safe. On a Ben Zobrist fielding error, Curtis Granderson scores a 1-0 lead for the Yankees. Then the big blow, Mark Teixeira's 38th homer of the year, is a grand slam. And that makes it 5-0. He adds to it with another solo shot later, his 39th. Give the Yankees credit, Jim. They put their lineup out there tonight. Last game of the year, they didn't sit these guys. Their first game is Friday. And right now, a 7-0 lead. They're out hitting the Rays 7-2. And while we question some of the pitchers you'd be seeing, Joe Madden tweeting earlier tonight, it's in our hands. Yankees have their A lineup out there, but I think it's within us. We just have to go do it. And good for Joe Girardi for giving his starters a chance to go play.
But you as a player, you want to be in the lineup anyway, because even though you got a day off tomorrow, you still want to get those quality at bats by having a day. You have a day off today and a day off tomorrow, and then you're going to play the game. It's not the same as taking batting practice on the field or going in the cage. You want to see live pitches. You want to see someone go break a couple of curveballs, and you get your game mind down as game situations.
Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on that game all night long, and you got a bunch of number 66s and 71s out there pitching for the Yankees. So some of this is on the Rays. I know they have hit David Price well, but the Rays haven't exactly been facing the top pitchers on this Yankee staff. Boone Logan warming up right now for the Yankees. So they're using some of their relievers, obviously, but a kid who got called up making his second appearance in big league baseball, his first ever start, walked a couple guys in the first inning, but it almost looks like for the first time it was the Rays who were playing a little tight tonight. After coming all the way back and tying this up, suddenly the pressure may be coming down on the Rays.
Well, I think, you know, when all of a sudden you go out there and you got your ace going, all of a sudden you look up and you're 1 run down, you look up and you're 5 runs down, and all of a sudden you say, what we got to do to get out of this hole? And you know the Yankees not going to just throw it to you, you know, they're going to try to get you out, or they're going to get you out. And so you're fighting back.
Is there anything more demoralizing in baseball than giving up a grand slam? I mean, just like that, you're in a 5-0 hole.
We'll talk to Eck about that. But as far as me,
you've never pitched. I understand that. You hit the grand slams.
As far as me getting one, I love it. And I hope that it's 2 outs.
I figured one thing out. When it comes to hitting, it's all about you. When it comes to pitching, it's all about Eck. There's no point in crossing that line. It is pouring at Camden Yards in Baltimore, so we are waiting it out. It is only fitting, again, that we would have one more rain delay. This season started with rain delays. We spent so much time on rain delays, so let it rain as they hold on to a 3-2 lead at Camden Yards. Rain coming down at Camden Yards as we sit through our 15th rain delay of the 2011 season. They will wait this one out. You would think they will wait as long as they have to get this one started. Again, we're already 20 minutes into it. You can see we've been keeping track of these things, Jim, because we've been spending a lot of time sitting here talking with the viewers of New England. 23 hours and 43 minutes worth of time we've been sitting here talking, waiting for the rain to stop. That's a day. That's a day you will never get back.
Now, out of all of this, I wonder how many songs that we can think about or find
That's
that
your
got
job.
the
That's your job.
got rain in it.
We're going to come back next segment. Jim Rice is going to sing his favorite rain-related songs. In the meantime, let's look back at some of the best moments or not so great moments we had with a tarp sitting on a field.
Until we get playing again, or we have an update for you, we'll send you back to Tom Karen. TC?
You could just sort of sense they were trying to get this one in before the rain came. Now the problem is we kind of knew when the rain started it might be here for a while, so we're going to wait this one out here.
They are going to pull the tarp.
Don, before I forget, I want to tell you how much fun I'm having tonight. This has been great.
You know, we learned a lot.
Yeah,
each other up here the last 2 hours.
Oh yeah. I mean, all I know, the job that you do, and I wish I was with you all year. We can do this every night.
What we're doing is we're appreciating the fact that these fans have stayed for this very long rain delay.
Euclid to deep left field, and we get all off the wall now. But in the end, the Angels win it 5-3, and it wraps up at 2:45 in the morning.
The discussion on the phone, not sure what he's listening to. Maybe Willard Scott is calling.
No, whoa, not yet. Not yet.
Back.
Or he's ordering out for food.
Which wouldn't be a good sign.
Window is closed again, too bad.
Oh, you got the east wind.
Yes,
you got
right,
the east wind.
Right in here.
Brutal.
See, this is what you'd look like if you had the window open.
Yeah, that looks comfortable.
He looks like he's having a great time. Halfway through this one as we get ready for tomorrow. It's 2-0 Yankees.
What happens when you have a 3.5-hour rain delay?
Late night for this youngster.
I don't think he's going to make it, Don.
It doesn't look like it. The early indication is no.
No, he may not make 9 innings. He looks like he's ready to go. He's getting to 1 o'clock now. Hope that's not their first date. I didn't think he'd last. I really didn't. He's back up on his feet. He's rallying.
So there you have it. Another day, another tarp on the field, more rain coming down, and you and I sitting here to talk to everybody.
Well, it wasn't 23 hours.
You want to see the whole thing?
Of course I do.
I lived the whole thing. I don't want to see it again. Tarp on the field at Camden Yards. We welcome you back into our NESN Television Center. It is pouring, as you can see. Doesn't it always rain in Baltimore? I don't know that I've ever been to Baltimore without there being some rain. And I've been to Baltimore a lot. You ever been to Baltimore that doesn't rain?
It's been a long time.
If it doesn't rain, it feels like it's about to rain. It's always humid. It's always going to rain. I like Baltimore. It's a great ballpark, but it always seems to rain. So the Red Sox are waiting this out, holding on to a 3-2 lead in the 162nd game of the season. A dead tie, as you know, with the Tampa Bay Rays. The Rays falling behind the New York Yankees 7-0 early, and now maybe trying to get a little something going. They've got 2 on, 2 out at Tropicana Field, and they've got Boone Logan in, the lefty reliever, has come in for the New York Yankees. All of this undoubtedly being watched very closely in the Red Sox clubhouse right now. I guarantee you there's a bunch of Red Sox players watching that Tampa Bay game.
They are. I mean, up there having a cup of coffee, trying to stay warm and just thinking about what they got to do. And of course, right now, you got to watch the board because you're ahead. Even though if you were behind, you still can watch the board, but you feel like a little, I guess a little 5-pound weight is off your shoulder right now because you're in the lead.
You've put the pressure on them because they're trailing and you are now leading 3-2. And a little bit of cheer you might be able to hear from the Red Sox clubhouse because Boone Logan has just come in and he's facing Russ Kanzler with 2 on and 2 out in the bottom of the 7th. The Rays with only 2 hits in this game trying to get something going, and Logan strikes out Kanzler. Kanzler takes a called 3rd strike to end that 7th inning, and it stays 7-0, and they're running out of time.
I mean, you know, it's like you sitting up. It seemed like that a right-handed hitter having the back of his mind. There's not too many left-handed hitters really can blow the ball by you. So normally your left-handed pitchers are normally breaking ball pitches. What was he looking for?
He watched it over the plate, and he knew it. He didn't argue. He just walked away. So 7-0 Rays in the lead. Again, if the Rays lose and the Red Sox win, it's on to the American League Division Series against either the Tigers or the Rangers. We'll get you caught up on that situation in a little bit as we wait for them to play ball once again in Baltimore. Rain coming down, bottom of the 7th will start when the tarp comes off the field. The Red Sox holding on to a 3-2 lead. It'll be time for the bullpen to step in and take over. But right now, we go back down to the ballpark, check in with Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy. Let them take over. Guys?
All right, well, thank you, TC. I'm joined by Nick Cafardo with the Boston Globe. Nick, we had quite a game going until this monsoon came in right now. It looks like it's letting up just a little bit, but you got to talk about Marco Scutaro today. He's doing it all out there.
He's been doing it all September, really. I mean, he's certainly one of the guys, along with Jacoby Ellsbury, and Dustin Pedroia, who have really carried this team. The thing I've always liked the most about Marco is his toughness. You know, he goes out there every day. He's probably not feeling 100% all the time, but he gives you everything he has. And he's having really one of his best offensive seasons right now. And, it comes at a nice time, because he's, they got that option on him next year. And you don't know how far away Jose Iglesias is at this point.
Right.
So, you kind of, it's something they probably have to think about, for next year.
He's batting .380 in the month of September. Right. And with Jed Lowry moving over to third base a lot now to cover for Kevin Youkilis, who, as Terry Francona said today, it looks like Youkilis is going to be done for the season. Not surprising news at all for you?
No, not really, no. That sports hernia, as we saw with Mike Cameron, is just a very tough injury. And, when you think back on what Cameron did and the fact he played as long as he did with it was really kind of remarkable. And Youkilis is a tough guy. And if he can't take that kind of pain, then it's pretty serious.
How about the gritty performance there from John Lester? I mean, obviously looked like he was tiring there in the 6th inning, but he was able to get through it.
Yeah, on 3 days rest only for the 2nd time in his career. And, they've really depend on Lester and Beckett to be, the guys at the top of that rotation that have to really carry this team. And, you saw with all the races tonight, either the top pitcher or the second pitcher were pitching in these games. And so you don't know how they're going to go. But John Lester has come up big, I think, in this game for them. And, the Red Sox have certainly gotten some breaks here with the block and and other things. But, Lester did his part.
Yeah, they certainly have some breaks, as you say, and Mark Teixeira certainly helping out Red Sox Nation right now against David Price, who didn't fare so well in tonight's game. We'll get back to that in just a second there, but you're talking about the future, next year's roster, possibly Marco Scutaro's option getting picked up. You also have Ryan Lavarnway, who these last 2 games, I mean, even today with that play at the plate when Scutaro came home, he made the nice tag there. I mean, he's really showing some improvement, showing that maybe he could be. Do you think that he could be a catcher with Saltalamacchia next year?
I think he he's making a case for himself. I mean, I think the thing that surprised all of us is how smooth he is behind the plate.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't box many balls. He blocks balls well. Obviously, he's thrown a good throwing arm so far, and he's showed some toughness behind the plate. And I don't see where the pitchers are having problems, you know, throwing to him at all either. So he's a smart kid. He's been able to study up on all these guys. He's been able to work a lot with Gary Tuck. And I think that improvement has shown quite a bit. But he's also energized his team a little bit too. You know, he's and you always want to get that youthful kind of enthusiasm on a team, especially down the stretch. I think Jacoby Ellsbury did that a few years back when he came up. And some teams really get that energy, and he's given this team that energy.
He certainly gave them a lift last night, and everyone was glowing about his performance last night. And also, you know, from my position sitting next to the dugout there, I can see in between every inning, you either have Jared Saltalamacchia sitting next to him or Jason Varitek sitting next to him, and they're talking him through this as well. And he goes, he's gone and sat down and talked to the pitcher, whatever pitcher is in the game at that point, in between every inning. I mean, he's really been studying hard. He told me the other night he took Varitek's playbook home and was studying the scouting reports for the last 2 nights. So, I mean, obviously the Yale student in him coming out here with how much he's working hard right now. But we mentioned David Price and his performance. Not vintage David Price, not what we're used to seeing from him. Surprised by that?
Yeah, I really am. I really thought that he would, you know, come up big and stymie that Yankee lineup. I think we all remember the David Price that came up as a kid and just played so well late in the season and into the playoffs, and he hasn't had that kind of a year this year, you know, and I'm not sure why. I don't know if he's you know, trying to keep up with James Shields or whatever, but you know, he's had some outings this year that have been kind of bad, and he came up bad tonight.
Yeah, Shields named their team MVP just yesterday, and David Price, the final line there, 4 innings, 6 runs, 5 of them earned. Just kind of Mark Teixeira doing the damage. He had the grand slam and then the solo homer, but kind of surprising because he's a guy that has done really well when the pressure's been on him this year. And as you say, this season hasn't quite been the way for him, but he's still been pretty good for them. And coming up in such a big situation, the team had been playing so well. You kind of expected the Red Sox and Rays to both win and then have that playoff game tomorrow. Yeah,
you sure did. That's the scenario that I envisioned. And you know, I thought the Yankees really would take their foot off the gas a little bit. I know they started all of their starting players, but I really thought those guys were going to come out after an at-bat or two, and the scrubs would go in just to rest these guys.
All Teixeira needed was 2 at-bats.
Right, exactly.
To do his damage.
You know, and they certainly didn't expect that.
Let's check a few out-of-town scoreboards here that affect the Rays and affect where the Red Sox could be going should they hang on to this lead here, and then the Rays, of course, lose. Looking at the score right now, it's 7-0 New York in the 8th inning there in Tampa. Detroit has Detroit beat Cleveland 5-4, so they won their game. And then if Texas loses, then the Red Sox would be headed to Detroit because Detroit has the tiebreaker scenario there. If Texas is to win their game, then the Red Sox are headed to Texas, of course, if they can hold on to this win tonight. Which team would you rather see the Red Sox play?
Well, I'm not sure. I really think that Texas, with those lefties they can throw at them, I think, believe it or not, I think they might give them a tougher time than a team with Verlander on it. You know, you know, if the Red Sox could sneak a win from Verlander of the 2 games he may start,
once this year.
Exactly, then I think they have a good shot. Having said that, I like Detroit's lineup. I like certain guys on that team, like Victor Martinez, like Miguel Cabrera, and you know, those guys can hurt you. And if Verlander is Verlander, then that could be 2 wins right there. But just the last time the Red Sox played Texas, those lefties really gave them a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
And
that lineup
that lineup is brutal, especially in that ballpark.
Right.
So that could be a problem, but I think both teams are a problem for them.
Both teams are obviously very talented, but for me personally, I'd say the Rangers lineup scares me a little more with the way the Red Sox pitching has been going than the Tigers.
And having said that, you know, a lot of people try to link, you know, like how bad the Red Sox were in September to the playoffs, and I think they're really separate. I mean, once you get into the playoffs, if your pitching is good and this lineup is still very good, even without Euclid, the Red Sox could still do some damage in the playoffs.
It's like Adrian Gonzalez, David Ortiz, everyone in that clubhouse has said it. It's back to zero when the playoffs begin. Everyone's batting average is 0. Everyone's ERA is 0. You start over again, and if they can just put that mental block of September behind them and go back to, they were the best team in baseball May, June, July, and August, best record, and they were at the end of August they were dominating opponents. There wasn't a question at all. It was who's going to win.
Right.
The Yankees or the Red Sox, who's going to win the AL East, and then September happened. But I agree with you that they can get into the playoffs, they can completely turn it around.
Absolutely. I mean, you go back to the 2006 Tigers, and I think they went through a stretch at the end where they were something like 30 and 40 or something like that, and everybody thought, geez, this team's just backing in, and there's no way they'll last long in the postseason, and they did. They got it together, and they beat out the Yankees in the divisional series and went on from there, and so it can happen. The White Sox in 05, were at one stretch had lost 10 out of 14 games in mid-September, and they got it together and wound up sweeping the Astros for the World Series title. So it can definitely happen.
It certainly can happen. Now, out of the teams, it's saying the Red Sox hold on tonight. Out of those teams in the American League, who do you think is strongest heading into the postseason right now?
Well, the one team I think we don't talk about and we ignore a little bit is the Yankees. We talk about Texas and Detroit and how bad Boston is down the stretch here. But the Yankees are solid. They won their division outright very easily. And that lineup is just terrific. They have power hitters. They led the majors in home runs, so they can score quickly. And as much as maligned as their pitching staff was, they weren't bad. They obviously they have Sabathia. Nova came out of the blue, Rookie of the Year candidate. And if they get a third guy from either Garcia or Colon or Burnett, I think they're in business.
Yeah, I was hearing from Kim Jones that it looks like Freddie Garcia is going to be your Game 3 starter. Has not been confirmed, but yeah, he certainly has been good for them. Thank you so much, Nick Cafardo.
Thank you,
we are going to be back with more from Camden Yards with Dan Shaughnessy after this quick break.
Rain coming down at Camden Yards in Baltimore. The Red Sox trying to get the bottom of the 7th going. They are holding on to a 3-2 lead. Meantime, at Tropicana Field in St. Pete, Rays trying to get something going. 2 on, nobody out, and Boone Logan hits Casey Kochman. Kochman, you remember, didn't play yesterday, left before the game with tightness in his chest. Back in there tonight. He gets hit. He comes out of the game. Pitching change for the Yankees, but the bases are loaded with nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. Still 7-0 Yankees. We'll keep you updated. Meantime, we go back to Heidi Watney at Camden Yards.
Well, thank you, TC. Of course, keeping an eye on that situation there in Tampa. They are desperate, so they could rally at any point. I'm joined now by Dan Shaughnessy from the Boston Globe. What do you think the odds are that the Rays rally in this game?
I think the Rays are not going to win tonight. I think that the one thing that we have eliminated tonight is the Red Sox season is not going to end tonight. They live to play another day. The key to me is if they can hold on to this thing tonight, not have to play that game in Tampa tomorrow, and go start in Detroit or Texas on Friday. That's certainly the way to go, especially the way their pitching's sort of torn up, all that sort of thing. The worst thing that could happen is to have to play that game in Tampa tomorrow. You got to hold on to this 3-2 lead tonight. But the Rays aren't going to come back from 7-0 with 2 innings and a half to go.
Yeah, they've got the bases loaded. You never
you
say
never know
never.
where this year's going, yeah.
All right, but looking at our game now, Alfredo Aceves was about to come in before they pulled the tarps. He's thrown 71 pitches over the last 3 games, been in the last 3 games. He said last night, if he wakes up today, he's good to go. Clearly he woke up because he made it to the ballpark. What do you think they can get out of Aceves?
It's amazing, Heidi. Where would they be without this guy? I mean, you look at, he's been everyday Eddie, that guy that can go out there 3 days in a row, multiple innings each day. I have every faith he's going to come in tonight in the 7th or 8th inning and do the job again. He's got one of those arms kind of like Bob Stanley had back in the day. I mean, there's certain guys that can get up there and just crank day after day. A rubber arm. Steamer was like that. This guy's like that. Given how he wasn't part of the picture when they were in in Fort Myers and where they are late in the year and how much they need him, it's amazing.
Yeah, rubber arm. Brazo de goma. We nicknamed him yesterday. That is rubber arm in Spanish. He's always coming up with something interesting to say, and that's one of the things that Kurt Young says about him. He's such a unique fella because a lot of times with pitchers and especially relievers, there's a big mental aspect to that game because with a reliever, you don't know if you're getting into that game. You know, with a closer, you know, you have a little bit better of idea, but it takes such a unique makeup to be able to be a high-quality reliever.
To be able to do that, and that's really what's at stake now, the next 3 innings. They got to get through 3 innings. John Lester's clearly done for the night. You need the bullpen. You got a 1-run lead. The Orioles have been a pain in the butt all week, all last week, and I think that Aceves, Bard, Papelbon, some combination of those guys is what's going to take you home to avoid that game tomorrow, to tax the pitching staff even more. Because I think Tampa would have that 22-year-old rocket man lefty going, is my guess. So they would bring that kid out there tomorrow. He's pitched 9 innings of the big leagues with 15 strikeouts. It would be his 4th major league appearance if he gets in the game. And I'm telling you, you don't want any part of that. We don't even know who the Sox would be starting tomorrow. You don't want any part of that guy.
Yeah, he certainly was lights out the last time he faced the Red Sox, and then he made a start for Tampa. Going back to the Red Sox bullpen, though, they've got 3 innings to get through. You can go Aceves for an inning, Bard for an inning, Papelbon. Do you think they put Bard in there? Do you think maybe they try to get 2 out of Aceves if he's really efficient in that first inning?
It's a really good question, Heidi, because you could see with Lester that he was cooked in the 6th there. They were just trying to get him home, get through the 6th inning. That curveball he threw to Jones to get out of the inning, that was crucial there. Just get through it. But I think now with the combination of guys they have, I still think, you know, Bard's been the guy all year for that 8th inning. I think Terry Francona, knowing him, he's going to stay with the guy who's been there all year. I say he gets in.
Yeah, and Daniel Bard there with an 11.7 ERA in the month of September. And, you know, he said, and Terry Francona said last night, he was having some trouble with that arm slot last night once again. We really quickly have an update on the Tampa Bay Yankees game. We're going to send it back to TC for that.
Thank you, Heidi. Bases loaded, nobody out, as we said. And Luis Ayala has come into the game. First batter he faces Sam Fuld, and he walks him. So the Rays on the board, 7-1, still loaded, still nobody out. Heidi?
They walked a run in, Dan. See, I told you.
I know I shouldn't say those things.
Over.
I'm still not nervous. 7-1, bases are loaded. I know, sorry.
Not nervous. Always the optimist, Dan Shaughnessy.
Right.
Don't we know
Thank
you for that?
Glass is half full, yes, sir.
It is half full. All right, getting back to Daniel Bard then, is the glass half full with him? Do you think he had some rough he had 3 rough outings. He had 2 bounce back outings. Last night gave up another couple of runs and said once again that he had some the arm slot issues again last night. What do you do tonight? Do you trust him back out there?
I think you have to. Either that or you're going to bring Jonathan Papelbon in for a 5-out save or something like that. But I think Bard's going to be the guy in the 8th. Again, the message of Terry Francona for 8 years here, go with the guys who got him here. He very rarely goes off message at the end of the year or panics or switches guys like that. I think he's going to go back to Bard the way he has consistently done the whole year. And he said it a couple times during press conferences the last couple of weeks. You know, if we give up on him, where are we going? They can't give up on him. They're going to need him in the playoffs. I say they go back to him tonight.
And out of the corner of my eye, I see that they hit a batter and a hit by pitch run scores. It's now 7-2 Tampa.
Don't be nervous.
I am. It's all right. Dan still thinks it's over, but Tampa is climbing back into it, 7-2 Yankees. But going back here to the bullpen, you say Papelbon for a 5-out save. He threw 28 pitches yesterday. Now he came in afterwards. He said he was fired up as those 2 epic at-bats went on to Markakis and to Jones. He said, you may not have noticed, but that smile on my face as the pitch count rises with a 10-pitch at-bat to Jones. He said he likes that. He likes the battle. He likes to, when it goes on and on like that and he gets into a battle with another player. He said he's not fatigued at all. He's ready to go today. He's ready to go tomorrow. He expects the Rays to win, even though you don't. He expects the Red Sox to win, and he expects a 1-game playoff on Thursday. Now, for the Red Sox sake, we hope the Yankees hang on, and there is no 1-game playoff. But what do you think he can give them tonight after 28 pitches last night?
I talked to Papelbon about starting tomorrow. He might be the guy that needs to start tomorrow. He said he's really not up for that. But he's had such an incredible year. He's still mentally tough. He's been locked in all year. I don't worry about him tonight. I mean, you know, the only thing last night was he couldn't put guys away with that strike 3. There was a lot of, you know, the 10-pitch at bat at the end of the game. That kind of thing concerns you a little bit when he can't bury a guy with his fastball. So you wonder about that a little bit. But mentally, in my view, there's no choice. You go to him. You believe in him. He's been money all year. You want to see him back next year. All of the above. This guy has just been really, with Aceves, with Ellsbury, a guy who has never let you down, in my view, all year. He's been a go-to guy for them all year.
Well, you're saying that you want to see him back at the beginning of the year. It was a completely different story. People were calling for Bard to be the closer. They were saying Papelbon was done. Get him out the door. The door is open now for Bard. Now, so you say bring him back.
Well, I mean, I think that the landscape has changed dramatically on this thing. When we were in Fort Myers, you look at John Papelbon, this is it. Walk year. It's been the structure the whole time. That was the plan, what they wanted to do. He's earned it. He's been here. They've saved the shoulder, and I thought there was 6 years and goodbye the whole bit. But the kind of year he's had and the kind of faltering that we've seen from Daniel Bard at the end, I just think the Red Sox are going to have to get into the bidding on this thing, because really, you need this guy next year. You don't have any guarantee that Daniel Bard can fill that role. I would get into it with everybody else in this thing and be competitive and go for your closer.
Well, you really don't think, I mean, a couple of bad outings or a couple of outings where he's struggling with the arm slot, you don't think that's something that Daniel Bard can fix? I mean, he is shown to be so good this year and so dominant this year. Right there with Papelbon, the two of them have been, you get to the 8th inning, you are done.
It's true. You know, in my view, you just don't know the mentality. That's the thing, and not everybody has it. Clearly, Jonathan Papelbon has that mentality. Some guys have it, some guys don't. You got to be able to go out there, lose it now and then, come back and get it the next day. And I think with Daniel Bard, you know, does he have enough pitches and does he have the psyche to do that job on an everyday basis? I hope he does, but it would be tough to have a learning curve next year, find out that he doesn't when you've lost your guy.
We certainly do hope he does and hope he gets in there tonight and he shows that for us. Thank you so much, Dan Shaughnessy. We're going to send it back to TC now.
Dan Shaughnessy shedding a light into some of the corners, some of that inside baseball stuff you don't always get to hear. Meantime, the Rays get their 3rd run of the game. This was a moment ago. Desmond Jennings with the bases loaded. Swing and a miss there. First out of the inning. B.J. Upton has just hit a sacrifice fly. So now it is a 7-3 game. The Rays with a 3-run 8th inning so far, but there are now 2 outs and men on first and second. Luis Ayala, the reliever, is now in the game for the New York Yankees. We take a look at that sacrifice fly with the bases loaded. There's B.J. Upton with the fly to left field, and that'll bring in that 3rd run. Evan Longoria now, who has walked twice tonight, coming up to the plate with 2 on and 2 out. So the Rays, you know, Dan Shaughnessy saying not nervous, and they're 4 outs away from losing their last game of the season. But right now, you're getting pretty deep into that Yankees bullpen, and if the Rays are going to do anything, these would be the pitchers they would do it against.
Well, with the sacks drunk, no one out, we were nervous. I'm going to tell you why, because it's a little difference when you are being an analyst and you see that the Rays have played this good against the Sox and everyone else, and they got a good hitting ball club in that ballpark.
And Evan Longoria has just hit a 3-run home run. It is now a 1-run game at Tropicana Field. Longoria, his 30th home run of the season. And incredibly, despite Dan Shaughnessy saying don't worry about it, and a lot of people feeling that way, the Rays have come back and made it a 1-run game. And all of a sudden, the Red Sox holding on to a 1-run lead, and the Rays, as they have charged back in September against the Red Sox, have charged back within a run against the New York Yankees. Luis Ayala serving up the 30th home run of the year for Evan Longoria. And yeah, well, I wouldn't say the crowd comes to life because there isn't much of a crowd. About 24,000 tonight at Tropicana Field. I said earlier,
but they all
came to life. I said earlier, with the 40-man rosters, there might be more Rays and Yankees than there are fans at Tropicana Field tonight. But this Rays team, listen, they are doing tonight what they have done in September. These guys were dead. Another base hit. Their next guy on. So they're not going away.
What can we say? They just got a good ball club, and you can't count anyone out. You make mistakes, and you got good hitters down there, which they've been the whole season. They capitalized on a lot of mistakes.
John Jaso just got a base hit to keep this inning going, so the Yankees suddenly in trouble. The Yankees suddenly doing no favors to the Red Sox, as the Red Sox thought they were in the driver's seat here, thought the Rays were down and out. They were down 7-0 in this game. It is now 7-6. 2 outs in the 8th inning, the tying run on base. And the Red Sox holding on to a 3-2 lead. And after a rain delay, who knows if this changes anything? Who knows if Aceves is ready to go? Heidi and Dan just talking about Aceves and the rubber arm. How he's able to come back every day. But there comes a point at which you've thrown too much and you need some sort of rest. I got to think they're still going to go with the Savas, but you got to be awful careful, as you said before. You got to be ready to pull him quickly if he doesn't have it tonight.
I think that, you know, if you look at what the Rays doing right now, and of course, you know, the players up there looking at Terry, everyone's looking at it. So if a Savas go out there and he's in any kind of jam, they definitely probably going to go to Bart or Papelbon and try to get this thing done.
I'll tell you what this feels like right now. In the reverse order, you were in here with me in 2007. Dennis Eckersley and I sat here after the Red Sox finished their game, and we watched the Orioles and Yankees go extra innings, and the Orioles come back and actually win that game. That's when the Red Sox celebration began, if you remember. Ultimately, Jonathan Papelbon dancing on the mound with a 12-pack of beer on his head. But that all came after the end of the Yankees game, because that was when the Red Sox officially clinched. And that's kind of what this feels like a little bit as we sit here and watch this game. And Johnny Damon is at the plate. Elliott Johnson is the pinch runner. He just stole second. So we'll bring in here everything that's happening as it happens. So now you got a runner in scoring position, and it's Johnny Damon at the plate. Of course, Johnny Damon is a guy, we've said it all along, all he does is win. 3 out of his 4 years with the Red Sox, he made the playoffs. 3 out of his 4 years with the Yankees, he made the playoffs. A big part of the turnaround in Detroit, with the Tigers now are back in the playoffs the year after Johnny, and he's trying to lead the Rays.
He's in the spot again.
And we know what he does. The guy's a clutch player. There's no question about it.
No doubt, but we hope this time he fails.
Well, that's true. You know what? I think a lot of Red Sox fans have been hoping he fails since he left town and wore a New York Yankees uniform. But this is what we talk about with this Rays team. They're young. Joe Madden has them playing, and they're on the verge of coming all the way back from a 7-0 lead, just like they came back from a 9-game deficit in the American League wild card race. However, Johnny Damon has just popped out to second base, so at least that inning comes to an end. And it'll be a 1-run game going into the 9th inning at Tropicana Field. But a 6-run 8th inning. Here's Damon's pop out to end the inning, with Elliott Johnson trying to run around from second base. But that has ended that threat for now. But they get 6 on the board. It's a 1-run game.
And like Madden said, hey, it's in our hands. I mean, we got to go out there. We got to take it, or we can give it up. And so far, they gave it up, but they're trying to come back right now.
All right, 1-run game. I'm going to keep close tabs, obviously, on what's happening at Tropicana Field, and keep close tabs on when the rain lets up at Camden Yards. Tarp is on the field. Rain still coming down. No movement yet. Red Sox leading at 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th as we wait out the rain once again. Well, the roller coaster ride that is the 2011 Boston Red Sox has come to a momentary halt. It's like when you're on the roller coaster and they suddenly stop to try to fix something, and now you're going to get going again. Who knows where it's going to lead you? It's a rain delay going into the bottom of the 7th. Sox holding on to a 3-2 lead. Rays trailing 7-6 at the Trop. Before the game tonight, Heidi Watney spoke with David Ortiz.
All right, David, you are used to the pressure. You've played on a lot of Red Sox teams that have had to overcome a lot of different things. You've built some momentum these last couple of days. How do you carry that into tonight's game?
I think just look at it like it's just another game, and try not to do too much, because that's when you as an athlete, as a baseball player, you never get to get what you want. Yeah.
There's a lot of uncertainty in your clubhouse right now. I mean, John Lester's going on short rest. He's only done that once before in his career. If you guys do have a playoff game tomorrow, you don't know who's starting. I mean, how much does that uncertainty kind of weigh on you guys, or do you just block that out?
You try to block that out. It's not a good situation, though, because you definitely, this is a time for you to relax. After the regular season, you're either in or you out. You know, it seems like pretty much the past few years, got to face this situation, and it's hard. You know, you got to go, after we win tonight, got to go and play a playoff game, like you say, and not know who you're going to throw there. You have one of your aces pitching in the game like tonight with short rest. That doesn't guarantee you that he's going to be 100% out there either, you know what I'm saying? So I guess one point we need to execute better so we don't have to face this situation, because it's a tough spot to be in it.
It certainly is, and as you say, you guys put yourself in this position, but you look over and you hear the stories in Tampa, how they're throwing the football out there, and their clubhouse is loose, and they say they have nothing to lose, and you look in this clubhouse, and there's 3-to-1 media to player count in that clubhouse. You have the media kind of collapsing on you guys, almost suffocating in the clubhouse, and then you have all the nonstop coverage of everyone saying, is this the biggest collapse in Red Sox history? Is this one of the bigger collapses in Major League history? I mean, does all that pressure get to you guys?
What can I tell you? To me personally, it doesn't get it. You got to think about things. You got to think about how everything went down. You know, as a player, that it's our fault, the situation that we are into, because we shouldn't be in there the way we played during the regular season and have the whole thing change in 1 month. All the hard work to put together for a whole bunch of months, just everything flip over in 1 month. It's something that all of us think about every day, you know what I'm saying? But all that is in the past. You know, you got to move on from this hour into 7:05 into tonight and bring your A game.
That's a great mentality. There's also a lot of people saying, if you guys don't make it to the postseason, if you don't go deep because of how you have struggled this month, despite being the best team in baseball May through August, that Terry Francona will not be back after this season. I mean, what are your thoughts on people placing the blame on Tito?
I don't think Tito is our manager, and he's the one who decided how to make a move and this and that, but like I would say, he's not the one who go out there and play for us. After he make a move, after he put on a play, we are the one who have to execute. So I don't think people should be looking at him like it's his fault. I mean, it's part of because he's the manager, but I think as a player we should take the biggest blame for not executing at the time. You know what I'm saying? And
so you think it's more execution as opposed to decisions made within the game?
I think because if you look at what happened this past month, it's not all about Tito saying pitch to this guy or do not pitch to that guy, or hit against this guy or do not hit against this guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's all about us performing on the field and giving the team the chance to win a ball game. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is.
What do you think about the rookie Ryan Lavarnway coming in, the 2 home runs last night? Do you think he can provide kind of a spark for you guys?
That was huge. I'm telling you, I don't think we would win that game if he doesn't come in and do what he did last night. And it's good to see young, talented players coming in a game like that and do what they did, then do what he did, because that tells you that the guy can live up with the pressure that we live here on a daily basis.
There certainly is a lot of pressure on right now. All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here, ask for your prediction. I'm not going to even ask if you're going to win your game, because I think you're obviously going to say you're going to win your game. Do you think Tampa's going to win? Do you think there'll be a playoff tomorrow?
There's a lot of possibility. The Yankees have a guy pitching out there that only have pitched, 1 inning in the big league? Mm-hmm. And Tampa have one of their best pitchers in the mound. So hopefully they don't win.
Hopefully the rookie proves himself.
Hopefully the guys come out and do what I have seen things happening before, you know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of possibility.
All right, David.
We got to focus right now just on winning right here, and let's see what happens afterwards.
What is the mood? What is the spirit? What's the determination like in your clubhouse right now?
Well, I think everybody's just focused on what they want to do tonight, and that's what I like more than the get noises and anything else. Just make sure everybody's visualizing what they want to do tonight.
All right. Thanks, David.
All right, Bobby.
That's David Ortiz earlier this afternoon before the game, before the rain, and the rain has been coming down. Where are we at now? About an hour or so? It's been raining at Camden Yards. Hour and 3 minutes. I'd say that's about an hour or so. The tarp on the field now, over an hour in this rain delay, and you can see that they are waiting to get that thing off. It and get this baseball game going once again. Red Sox 3-2 lead in the bottom of the 7th. Rays trailing 7-6 in the 9th. Get you the latest on both when we come back. I got good news at Camden Yards in Baltimore. The grounds crew coming out and they're getting ready to take the tarp off the field. We like it when we say the tarp's coming off the field, Jim.
That's good news, but I would love to have better news.
What's the better news?
Rays lose, Red Sox win.
All right, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll bring you the news as it happens. Can't bring it to you until it's over. We've got news in the National League. Cardinals and Astros going at it in Houston. Cardinals trying to live to play another day like the Red Sox and the Rays and the Braves. Here, Albert Pujols, a single that brings in John Jay. A 1-0 lead for the Cardinals. Then same inning, David Freese with a double to left that'll bring in Pujols. 3-0 in the first inning, 8-0 the final. So Tony La Russa's Cardinals do their part. They move on. The question is, they move on to the playoffs or to a one-game playoff with the Atlanta Braves. They're in extra innings now. Top of the 11th, Philadelphia batting. And it's a 3-3 game. Phillies trying to sweep the Braves and knock them out of the postseason. Really incredible that the Braves have gone through very similar experiences in September as the Red Sox. They had an 8.5 game lead at the start of the month, and now they are trailing a half game back right now because the Cardinals are done.
Doesn't sound good, does it? You know, when you think about a major league team that can really just drop off the face of the earth like that. Of course, the Red Sox are in the same situation. You know, it's baseball, but when you're thinking about the teams, as far as the Atlanta Braves put out there every day and the Red Sox put out, and like David said, hey, it was us. It was no one else but us. We had an opportunity to go out and fulfill our dream as far as not necessarily winning the division, but at least guaranteed a wild card.
At least play one more game. Go on to play another day. By the way, the Tampa Bay Rays are heading to the bottom of the 9th. That game is still 7-6 Yankees. Meantime, the Texas Rangers have a 2-home run night from Mike Napoli, the second home run coming just now. That's in the 9th inning now. They're in the bottom of the 9th. The Texas Rangers leading the Angels, so his former team. A 2-run homer for Napoli. And the Rangers with a 3-1 lead. Now, if the Rangers win, they will clinch the number 2 seed, essentially, home field advantage in the first round of the ALDS. And that would mean that the Red Sox or the Tampa Bay Rays would be going to Texas to face the Rangers. Kind of, you know, C.J. Wilson's been very good against the Red Sox, but it keeps you away from Justin Verlander. And I think the Tigers right now are playing as well as any team in baseball.
Well, I think the Red Sox, if they win tonight, you know, in the back of your mind, who cares who I play? Regardless if I play the Rangers or go and play Detroit, we still got to win. And you know you're playing 2 outstanding ball clubs.
The winner of this battle between the Red Sox and Tampa Bay Rays, whether it is settled tonight or it's settled tomorrow in a one-game playoff, will open up in the American League Division Series on Game 1 on Friday. Right now, we're looking at the final out of the top of the 9th. That's how they headed to the bottom of the 9th. But I think we're going to look at the schedule for the first round of the American League Division Series, and there it is. The only time we know for sure, Game 1 will be in Texas if the Rangers wind up winning this game against the Angels. It would be at 5 o'clock Eastern time. Could be in Detroit, would still be 5 o'clock Eastern time. Friday, Saturday on the road. Monday and Tuesday would be either at Fenway Park or at Tropicana Field. And then if necessary, Game 5 would be October 6th, which I believe is a week from tomorrow, if I've got that all right. But again, it would be a one-game playoff if it comes to that. By the way, Mariano Rivera has not come into the game for a save here for the Yankees. They are obviously saving him for the playoffs, keeping him fresh. So Ben Zobrist stepping to the plate to start that bottom of the 9th for the Tampa Bay Rays. I believe it is Corey Wade who is stepping in to pitch this 9th inning for the New York Yankees. We'll keep you posted on that as it moves along. We take a look at the standings. And this is what it's all about, Jim. We talked about the St. Louis Cardinals, who have come out of nowhere to catch the Atlanta Braves, while the Red Sox in very good shape. On September 1st, they were actually leading the American League. That's why you don't see the Red Sox on those standings September 1st, because it was the Yankees in second place. They had the 8.5 game lead. Red Sox had a 9.5 game lead over the Rays, and now they're all tied up with the Rays. And it only took about 3.5 weeks for the Rays to do that. So a very impressive comeback by the Tampa Bay Rays, no question about that.
And the difference, I think you look at the schedule, the Yankees, Tampa Bay, You look at who else?
Cardinals.
No. In the American League, you're looking at the teams they had to play in order to play the last month that really got involved with the Red Sox not playing a good baseball.
They didn't play good baseball against anybody. We saw it against Toronto. We saw it against the Baltimore Orioles, losing 3 out of 4 last week at Fenway Park.
But those are the teams they had to beat. Those are the teams that you sort of knock each other around. You had to play the teams that really in your division, and they couldn't take advantage of it. Even if you went out and you split some of the games, they didn't really split, or you tried to win that the series. They didn't do that either.
Okay, there is now 1 out in the bottom of the 9th at Tropicana Field. It was Ben Zobrist who would fly out to right field. Center field, rather. A fly out to start that bottom of the 9th. Gardner makes the catch, and that is where we stand. 1 out, bottom of the 9th, a 1-run lead. And again, if the Tampa Bay Rays lose this game, the Red Sox will certainly live to play another day no matter what happens in this game. If the Orioles come back and win, the Sox go to Tampa, St. Pete to be exact. And if the Red Sox hold on to the lead, and then they have won the wild card and will go, looks like Texas right now could be Detroit.
What was amazing about this stretch is that it seems like a lot of the Red Sox fans became Yankee fans because the Yankees really tried their best to help the Red Sox out, and they didn't take advantage of it. They really did.
That is the perfect indication of how sideways things have gotten on the Red Sox this month. When you start cheering for Mark Teixeira grand slams as a Red Sox fan, that's when you know things have gotten out of hand.
Yeah, because I was pulling for myself after watching some of these scores and some of these games.
But that's what's happened. Everything is turned upside down, and the Red Sox looking for a little help. And they are 1 out away from getting that help. Casey Kochman, we showed you, got hit earlier, stayed in the game. And now Casey Kochman has just grounded out for the 2nd out of the 9th inning. So the Rays, for all their success, for everything they have done of late, are now 1 out away from losing this game to the New York Yankees. And if you're watching this right now in the Red Sox clubhouse, Jim, are the emotions going up and down with what's happening? You watch that 6-run battle in the 8th inning for the Rays. Are you starting to feel pressure because the Rays are coming back maybe?
Yes, but also you're talking about a situation now where they're in the clubhouse and everyone's sitting down looking like this here. You know, they're not batting their eyes or anything. The coffee's on the side. They're really focused on what this next out's going to, this next play going to be. And then all of a sudden when it's over with, if the Rays lose, they're going to sort of just sit back and breathe a little bit. And then they got to say, hey, look, guys, we got a chance. Now what we got to do, we got to go out there and we got to win this game.
Would you be concerned that it could go the other way? If the Rays wound up winning this with a couple of runs in the 9th inning, could that go the other way as far as tightening the Red Sox up for these final 9 outs?
No, we're still ahead. We're up by 1 run. And so it's not going to make me tighten up anything. It's putting the pressure on Baltimore. And then you don't know if Baltimore will come back out with the same guys because you don't know if, knowing Showalter, he'd probably say he wanted to beat the Red Sox. He'll probably bring his starting lineup back out there.
I think we've learned that from Buck Showalter over these last couple of weeks. He is managing these games, and not just against the Red Sox. He did it against the Rays, winning 2 out of 3. He did it against the Angels, winning 2 out of 3, and he's certainly been doing it against the Red Sox. Won 3 out of 4 at Fenway Park last week, and now has taken 1 of the first 2 games.
He's probably saying if the Rays lose tonight, he said, look, guys, let's go out there and beat these guys and have a playoff tomorrow.
That's right now. That's exactly what Tampa Bay wants to do. You're down by 7-0. The idea of a playoff game tomorrow sounds terrific because this team thought it was in big trouble. And it should be noted that a lot of the comeback has come against the New York Yankees. Better relievers. Boone Logan is a big part of that bullpen. Corey Wade now is part of that bullpen. These aren't guys they've called up from AAA to make these appearances. This is Tampa Bay doing it against some pretty good pitchers.
Yes. Look at the hitters that they got out there. You make a mistake with those guys. They still base. One time Madden was bunting in the first inning, even though you got guys hitting the ball pretty good. The number 2 guy got 18, 19 home runs. He's trying to steal runs, so he's putting a lot of pressure on the opposing team, and that's what it's all about, putting pressure on those guys.
And Dan Johnson is up. It is 2-2 right now, and he's a home run threat always. I think he hit one off Papelbon last year, and he has just hit one at Tropicana Field. Incredibly, the Rays have come all the way back to tie this game. A stunning turn of events at Tropicana Field where the Tampa Bay Rays trailed 7-0 going into the 8th inning. And Dan Johnson, as I said, he's had a rough season. He's been down in the minors, but he has power, and he hooked that one right to the right field foul pole. And the fans who have stayed have been given a treat here A 7-run comeback. And the stat I think everyone's been talking about, the Rays have won 29 consecutive games when they score 5 or more runs, because this pitching staff has been the best in the American League of late. This dugout, the home dugout at Tropicana Field, as you can imagine, has absolutely erupted in St. Pete. So now I ask you again, Jim. I know the Red Sox are winning 3-2, but if you are a member of the Boston Red Sox right now, watching this happen in your dugout, doesn't this add pressure to you as you get back out to finish this game?
I don't think it adds pressure. I think it gives you a boost more than anything else. That you got to go out there, not necessarily pressure, but I can't make any mistakes. You may be a little tight. No, I think everyone in a situation like this, you're probably a little tight. So you really can't play loose because of you playing the Baltimore Orioles, and Baltimore Orioles have been pretty tough on you. And plus, Tampa Bay just won. I mean, they haven't won, but they tied up.
They've come all the way back from a 7-0 deficit, and you can imagine there are times where you are in a tie that feel like a win and times that feel like a loss. I guarantee you the Yankees are feeling like they've lost this game, even though it is tied right now, 7-7. There are 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th at Tropicana Field, and as much as Tropicana Field can rock, it is rocking down in St. Pete.
Yes. I think all the people in the Cadillacs and the wheelchairs, they're pulling up and say, hey, let's go Rays.
Good seats still available, by the way, if you're down in the general St. Pete vicinity. You want to go see some late season baseball. I'll tell you what, that's as clutch as it gets. Dan Johnson, 2-2, down by a run, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th, your season hanging in the balance, and you deliver with a home run. That's incredible stuff.
I mean, you got all kind of ways to get in out. I mean, and all of a sudden this guy hits a home run, and he hooks the ball down the right field line.
Off Corey Wade, and again, that's worth noting. Mariano Rivera would normally be in to get a save. They're resting him for the playoffs, so it is Corey Wade who comes in and does not get the save. It is a blown save with a 2-out solo home run for Dan Johnson. 6 runs in the 8th inning for the Tampa Bay Rays, and now the tying run coming in the 9th inning. Incredible what this team and what Joe Madden has been able to do to keep this team coming back continually throughout September and now throughout the night against the Yankees.
And he said it again, it's in our hands. And look what it is. Hey, guys, in our hands, and what we got to do, we got to go out and win. We're down, but we haven't given up.
All right, Red Sox, meantime, with a 3-2 lead at Camden Yards against the Baltimore Orioles. It'll be the bottom of the 7th. Can we check in on Camden Yards? Is that tarp off the field? Have they started folding it up? Because sometimes you'll see that tarp get drained a little bit, but they would just leave it out there. Looks like there's activity in the dugout, so we assume they are getting ready to play once again. Usually takes a good half hour from the moment they start taking that tarp off the field to get the game going once again, and as you can see, they are rolling it up. We're told 11 o'clock. We're told an 11 o'clock starting time, so we're about 9 minutes away from the bottom of the 7th, and at that point, it would probably be Alfredo Aceves coming in to pitch the 7th inning, and all of a sudden, this incredibly tight month has gotten even tighter, Jim.
Yeah. And it's not over, and just got to go out there and just play. Just make sure you win. Regardless of what you see on the board, just go out there and make sure you win. Have the playoffs.
Well, it's not over yet at Tropicana Field. Obviously, a home run tied it at 7, but that game is not over yet. But the inning is not over yet because they continue to get the job done. It is Scott Proctor on the mound, and Sean Rodriguez with a little ground ball to shortstop. He'll beat it out. No chance to make a play. And Scott Proctor coming in after Corey Wade, and Proctor gives up an infield single. So now you are getting just sort of the middle of that bullpen, the guys that you would not normally see in this situation. Scott Proctor probably won't be leaned on too heavily in the playoffs. Sean Rodriguez, who's pretty fast as well. We'll see if he tries to steal second base. Jason Varitek, Dustin Pedroia, the Red Sox, meantime, getting ready to go. Dustin Pedroia with a home run. Are we going to take a break? Let's take a break. As we wait for the game at Camden Yards to get started once again, we'll come back, tell you what happens with the rest of that 9th inning down at Tropicana Field. Alfredo Aceves was getting ready to come in for the 7th inning. Then the rain came down. We're over an hour rain delay now at Camden Yards in Baltimore. He and Ryan Lavarnway talking there in the Red Sox dugout. We're about 5 minutes away from this one getting started once again. Meantime, the stunning turn of events down at Tropicana Field. A tying run in the 9th inning. Now a full ground ball off the glove of Proctor, but they get the final out of the inning. So it is going extra innings. But the Yankees had a 7-0 lead after 7 innings, and the Rays have come all the way back. Red Sox, meantime, clinging to a 1-run lead. We'll get you back as they get ready for baseball once again. Stay with us. All right, they're in extra innings at Tropicana Field, and we are ready for the bottom of the 7th at Camden Yards. Let's go back to Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy.
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. This will work out to be almost an hour and a half rain delay, an hour and 28 minutes to be exact, as the Red Sox have a 3-2 lead. And Jerry, you and I have just watched the Tampa Bay Rays come from behind. An amazing story tonight from Tropicana Field.
Unbelievable. Looked like that game was over. Looked like Tampa Bay was going to be losing that ball game. They come back to tie it 7-7 as they play now in the top of the 10th inning, and just an incredible comeback by the Tampa Bay Rays.
Well, Alfredo Aceves comes into this game for the bottom of the 7th inning, his 55th appearance, 4th day in a row that he's worked, 10-2, 2.63 earned run average. He's thrown 71 pitches in the last 3 days, 79 strikeouts in 113 innings, and opponents hitting at 206 against Aceves. Into this game with the Red Sox on top by a run. It'll be Mark Reynolds, Chris Davis, and Nolan Reimold to bat here in the 7th inning. The bottom third of the Baltimore Orioles order. Reynolds grounded into a 5-4-3 double play in the 2nd inning. He doubled in the 5th. Alfredo Aceves with his first pitch. And he hits Reynolds with the first pitch up and in.
That looks like it got Reynolds right in the ribs on that very first pitch. A fastball inside by Aceves that gets Reynolds in the ribs, and the Orioles will have the leadoff man on here in the 7th inning.
It's the 14th batter that Aceves has hit this season. Now, Jerry, we talk about Aceves working in his 4th consecutive day and how much work that he's gotten recently, but you have to take into account that he warmed up for a long time to come into this game. Then he sits in the rain delay for an hour and a half, comes out and throws again. That's a lot.
It is, and he threw a lot in the outfield before getting back on the mound, so he's almost had like 3 warm-ups prior to coming in this ball game. And of course, the first pitch way off target, hitting Reynolds.
Daniel Bard is up in the pen.
Nowhere to go for Reynolds as he takes it right off the ribs.
Stays in the game. Reynolds at first base. Morales joins Daniel Bard in the pen. Chris Davis, the batter. Davis pops it up left side into shallow left. Crawford coming in, and he'll make the catch for the first out of the 7th inning. 1 down.
Aceves going to the cut fastball on his 2nd pitch, and he resulted pop up to Kyle Crawford in left field.
So lead runner on here. Davis retired on a fly out. 1 down, 1 on, and Nolan Reimold coming up. Reimold reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd, did the same in the 5th. 0 for 2 in the game, batting out of the number 9 spot for the Orioles. Inside, and Reimold gets hit. 2 hit batters in the inning for Alfredo Aceves. Reynolds moves to 2nd on the 2nd hit batter. 15th now of the year for Aceves.
And both have been on inside fastballs where he's tried to get to the inside part of the plate, but he's got the hitter instead. That one up around the shoulder area of Nolan Reimold.
Well, the Texas Rangers are going to be hosting either the Rays or Red Sox on Friday afternoon, 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in Game 1 of the ALDS. As the Rangers beat the Angels tonight and secure that best record situation. The Tigers also won, but the Rangers end up with a total of 96 wins on the year. So they'll be hosting that series starting Friday. Red Sox trying to get there. 1 out, 2 on, and Robert Andino coming up here for the Orioles. Andino takes strike 1. Andino 0 for 3 in the game. He is struck out and grounded out twice. Time called as Andino backs out. John Lester tonight went the first 6 innings, giving up 4 hits, 2 runs, walked 4, struck out 5. Alfredo Aceves, working in the 7th, has hit 2 batters in the inning, and now he wants to talk to Lavarnway.
Hell, a tough start to this inning by Alfredo Aceves as he hits Reynolds in the ribs just on his very first pitch. Did record an out and then got Reimold up on the shoulder. So a couple of base runners here for the Orioles in the 7th inning.
Blowing away, and it's a ball and a strike. Outfield playing straight away on Andino. Reynolds at second, Reimold at first, 1 out. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
That time Aceves staying away with the fastball, gets the swing and miss.
On deck, J.J. Hardy's had a great night already for the Orioles. He has doubled, homered, and walked. He's been on 3 times in the game already. One ball, 2 strikes to Robert Andino. 2 on, 1 out in the 7th. Milwaukee, the 2 seed in the National League now, as they win 7-3 over Pittsburgh. Brewers get their 96th win of the year. The 1-2 pitch, and Dino fouls it off and hangs it 1-2. Gets a piece of Ryan Lavarnway. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the inning. Reynolds at second, Reimold at first. Now Lavarnway out to talk to Aceves. They're having a tough time getting on the same page. Well, it's been a big year for Robert Andino against the Red Sox in the season series. A blown save for Jonathan Papelbon back on September 20th. And then on Monday night here at Camden Yards, had an inside the park 3-run home run. Ball that Ellsbury caught, then had a jar out of his glove when he connected with the wall out in straightaway center field. Sevis and Lavarnway have met, and they're on the same page now. Count of 1-2 to Robert Andino with 1 out and 2 on. Andino takes ball 2, 2-2. Sevis hits Reynolds to begin the inning. Davis flied out to left. And he hits Reimold. 2 on, 1 out. Andino strikes out Big K for a Sevis. 2 down in the 7th inning.
Sevis regaining his control, gets that fastball by Andino for a big strikeout. And Andino upset with himself on that fastball.
Two down, 2 on. J.J. Hardy in on the right side. He has doubled tonight, hit a 2-run home run, and walked in the game. Hardy takes strike 1. Back in the 3rd inning with a runner at first and 2 down. Hardy able to take Lester out of the yard for his 30th home run of the year. At the time, put the Orioles on top 2-1. And now trail 3-2 with 2 on and 2 outs. As Hardy takes a pitch outside, 1-1. 2 for 10 in his career against Alfredo Aceves. Hardy chops it left side. It is picked by Aviles. He will fire to first for the out, and Aceves gets out of the jam. He works around, hitting 2 batters in the inning. The Red Sox take a 3-2 lead to the 8th. The game summary is brought to you by Xfinity. J.J. Hardy put the Orioles on top 2-1 with a 2-run home run in the 3rd inning. Red Sox would answer as coming back, Dustin Pedroia with a solo shot put the Red Sox on top 3-2. Red Sox have had some very good defense in this game. Double play turned in the 6th inning, glove to glove from Scudero to Pedroia. On to first for the double play. It is J.D. Drew who leads it off here in the top half of the 8th inning against the new Orioles pitcher Pedro Strop into the game here for Baltimore. His 23rd appearance of the year. 2-1 with a 2.14 earned run average. J.D. Drew, Marco Scudero, Carl Crawford expected in the inning. Drew tonight with a single back in the 2nd inning, single to right field. Since then he is grounded out and flied out. That's a strike, and it's 2-1 now to Drew.
Seems like we've seen Strop in about 23 games over the last couple of weeks. He's been in almost every game that the Red Sox have played the Orioles.
Spent the first 4 years of his pro career as a shortstop, as a pitch swing and a miss. Before becoming a pitcher in 2006. Named off waivers by the Orioles from Texas.
Goes to the slider here to pick up the swing and miss from J.D. Drew.
Drew will ground to first base. Reynolds will take it himself to the bag for out number 1 of the 8th. Nothing compares to tonight's performer of the game, brought to you by Papagenos and Marco Scudero with a big game. Kind of induced that balk that tied the game, and then the nice play coming home at the plate. And the double play. Marco Scudero started in the 6th inning. Nothing compares to Papagenos. Try the new $8 extra large cheese pizza special this week at Papagenos. One out in the 8th inning for Marco Scutaro. Also doubled in this game back in the 4th inning and scored a run. 1 for 3 night for the Red Sox shortstop. Scutaro takes strike 1. Red Sox and Orioles tonight with an hour and 28-minute rain delay. Red Sox on top 3-2 as Scutaro grounds one through the right side into right field, a base hit. His second hit of the night. Aboard with 1 down in the 8th.
Now Scutaro pulling a double in the 4th inning, this time going to the opposite field with the base hit here in the 8th inning. Been a very good night defensively and offensively for Marco Scutaro.
And a great month of September for Marco Scutaro. He's not hit at 300 this season, but right now he has worked hard to get it up to 299. 1 out, 1 on, and Carl Crawford the batter. Crawford is 0 for 3. Flied out to left, grounded out to short, flied out to left again. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Reynolds holding on Scutaro at first base. It's outside and it's 1-1. Action in the Orioles pen. Clay Rapata, left-hander, is up and warming. We've already used Troy Patton, Willie Air, now Pedro Strop into the game for the O's. It's outside and it's 2-1 now to Crawford. Mike Aviles waiting on deck as the Red Sox bat here in the top half of the 8th. They're into the 13th inning in Atlanta, 3-3. The Braves have to win to keep pace. Three-1 to Crawford. Foul back to the screen. Full count. Runner goes. Crawford swings it, sends it towards the gap in left center field. Diving in left and not getting it is Reimold. To third goes Scutaro. He's now going to be waved around. The throw from Hardy in short left, and Scutaro will be out. Unbelievable as J.J. Hardy throws out Scutaro at the plate to keep this a 1-run game.
And what a tremendous relay there by the Baltimore Orioles. Everything was on target. Here's the ball in the gap, the dive by Reimold. He can't come up with it. Backed up by Adam Jones. Adam Jones is going to hit J.J. Hardy, and Hardy makes a beautiful throw to home plate. And they had Scutaro by plenty at home.
Now Mike Aviles, who has taken ball 1. Aviles has walked, reached on an error, and grounded out to shortstop. As Crawford is at second base. Aviles will pop it up. And the catcher, Matt Wieters, discards the mask and makes the catch. Pedro Strop gets through the 8th. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Red Sox on top 3-2. Hess and Hess Express are proud sponsors of the Red Sox and the Red Sox on NESN during the 2011 Red Sox season. Hess and Hess Express will donate $500 to the Red Sox Foundation for every Red Sox home run. Hess and Hess Express committed to helping the cause.
Now we take a look at the Marco Scudo replay again, taking off from first base. He hesitated between second and third. I think he lost sight of the baseball, not sure that it was caught or not. You see him stop right there, and he still waved on, and that doesn't pay off for the Red Sox. The relay perfect by the Orioles, and they get Scudero at home plate.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Nick Markakis in on the left side to get it started here for the Orioles. As he takes ball 1 from Daniel Bard into pitch the 8th. Bard's 70th appearance of the year, 2-9 with a 3.38 earned run average, 74 strikeouts in 72 innings, and opponents hitting at just 181 against Bard. Markakis chops to short. Scudero plays a 2-hopper and throws him out for out number 1 of the 8th. One down for Vladimir Guerrero. It has been a tough September for Bard. Trying to figure things out here is Daniel Bard as he's got 1 out in the 8th. Guerrero tonight has gone 0 for 3. He's grounded out twice to third base, and last time up bounced into a 6-4-3 double play. Was back in the 6th inning. Guerrero fouls it off to the right, now to play. Let's send it to Tom Caron, TC.
All right, Don, thanks. They're headed to the 11th inning now at Tropicana Field. They got the leadoff runner on, and Johnny Damon missed a home run by about 5 feet foul, but then Scott Proctor strikes him out, so it's still 7-7. Don?
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. Here at Camden Yards, 3-2. Red Sox on top of the Orioles. 1 out. Guerrero hits one high in the air to left center field. Back goes Ellsbury. Has room in front of the track and makes the catch. 2 down. Guerrero gets underneath that, and there's 2 down in the 8th. Here comes Matt Wieters, who is flied out to the warning track in right, struck out swinging and walked. Outfield straight away for the Red Sox on Wieters, who homered in game 1, homered in game 2. And so far tonight has been aboard only once with a walk. 2 for 7 in his career against Bard. Two 2-0. The closer for the Orioles is up, Jim Johnson. Already out of the pen, we have seen Patton, Air, and Strope. Starter tonight for Baltimore, Alfredo Simon, went 4 1/3 innings, giving up the 3 runs the Red Sox have. He is on the hook. That's a strike, and it's 2-1 to Wieters.
Fastball at 98 that time from Daniel Bard. His fastball has been consistent, but his release point has not been.
Wieters with a swing and a miss.
Nasty slide at that time by Bard. Down and into the blind spot on a left-handed hitter. Down and off the plate.
Adam Jones waiting on deck. 2 down in the 8th. Wieters hits it in the air to right field. Drew headed over towards the line. Will get there and make the catch. Wieters gives it a ride almost to the track, but it's a 1-2-3 8th inning. It's a 3-2 Red Sox lead. (3-2) Red Sox on top of the Orioles as we get ready for the top of the 9th inning. Time now for the road ahead, brought to you by Safeco Insurance. Well, if the Red Sox can win here tonight and the Rays lose, Friday night would be at Texas, starting at 5 p.m. in Texas, Saturday in Texas, and then games 3 and 4 if 4 is necessary back in Boston. Game 5 would be in Texas. The Rangers have clinched the right to be at home, and They win tonight. Their 96th game of the year as they're able to beat the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim on the West Coast. Top half of the ninth, Red Sox trying to grab some insurance here. The closer is on for the Orioles, Jim Johnson, as Jacoby Ellsbury takes strike one. Some defensive changes. Nolan Reimold moves from left field to right field. Nick Markakis comes out of the game, and Matt Angle is now in the game in left field. Ellsbury fouls it off and is down to the count 0-2. Jim Johnson into the game here for the O's. His 69th appearance of the year. 5-5 with a 2.70 earned run average. 9 out of 14 in save opportunities. Ball and 2 strikes to Jacoby Ellsbury. Orioles announcing here in the press box that Markakis left with a contusion, pelvis contusion. The 1-2. Swing, little number that is a fair ball. Wieters will fire to first and just get Ellsbury. Bang, bang play at first, and this will bring Terry Francona out. Ellsbury thought he beat it out.
Now let's take another look. It looked very, very close at first base. There's a heck of a play here by Wieters to chase it down the line. From that angle, looks safe. Looked like he got there before the ball was in the glove of Mark Reynolds. Such a close play, hard to tell. The question too is, did Reynolds have control of the baseball in his glove at first base? It looked like a snow cone, didn't it?
It did. Look like he was rolling around in the glove. Starts there and then comes to the top. They're going to get together here. John Hirschbeck, the home plate umpire, firm with Scott Barry. Ellsbury is still standing at first base. He thinks you're going to overturn it. They're going to say he was juggling it, and they're going to overturn it. This will bring Showalter out. So apparently Scott Barry couldn't see that he was juggling it, and home plate umpire John Hirschbeck could.
It looked like he made the wrong call in the first place. It looked like Ellsbury was safe anyway, and then you could see the bobble at first base by Reynolds. I mean, right there, it looks like Jacoby's safe anyway, and there's the ball. Is it secure in the glove? No. It's not secure in the glove. He never did have control of it. So the umpire's got this one right. Snow cone falls right out of the glove and into his bare hand.
So it is a hit for Jacoby Ellsbury, his second hit of the night, and he is aboard at first base to begin things in the ninth. Now Dustin Pedroia has been on base 3 times tonight. Pedroia showing bunt, takes strike one. RBI single in the third. Solo shot in the fifth, walked in the seventh. Red Sox closer Jonathan Papelbon getting ready. They have taken the hit away from Jacoby Ellsbury and charged the first baseman Mark Reynolds with an error. So an E3 on the play that allows Ellsbury to reach. Did he offer? No. So Scott Berry, first base umpire. Swing and a miss. Big cut from Pedroia, down 1-2.
Well, Pedroia's already had a big night, driving in 2 runs. A base hit back in the 3rd inning to drive in a run, and of course the home run back in the 5th inning. The other run from the Red Sox coming in on a balk.
Ellsbury takes off. Pedroia takes a ball. The throw is going to be high, and Ellsbury steals second base.
Excellent jump at first base by Jacoby Ellsbury. Wheatus had the rush. He threw it high, and Ellsbury picks up his 39th steal of the season.
In scoring position with nobody out in the 9th. Pedroia gets jammed and pops it up. Foul ground, racing over his Reynolds, but no play. Don't forget, coming up immediately after the game, to stay with us for WB Mason Extra Innings Live. It's all the post-game coverage you'll need right here on NESN. Pedroia taps it foul again. Hunter Pence with an RBI single. Philadelphia Phillies have taken a 4-3 lead in the 13th inning. Braves have to come back in that game or their season is over. Pedroia fouls it off again.
It's amazing to me some of the pitches Pedroia is able to foul off. But we saw him hit that home run on a fastball up around his neck. Then they go to breaking balls away, and he's kind of off balance, but he's still able to make contact and foul a pitch off.
Pedroia to right field. It's in for a base hit. Ellsbury will be stopped at third as gunning it into his rival. A base hit. Third hit of the night for Pedroia, and it's first and third with nobody out.
Let's go back first to the 5th inning and take a look at the home run swing by Dustin Pedroia. Fastball up high, inside. Had to be looking inside to make contact on that. Drives it out of the ballpark for his 21st of the season. Now the line drive to right field. 8-pitch at bat there for Pedroia after fouling off some nasty pitches.
Now Buck Showalter out there to talk here to Jim Joyce. The entire infield joining the conversation. Nobody out in the 9th, first and third, and David Ortiz will be coming up.
Well, we mentioned Scudero with a big night, but Pedroia's also had a big night with the home run, as we've shown you. Picking it at second base as he dives to his left, and then the turn on the double play. That nice flip from Marco Scudero out of the glove. A combination of the shortstop and second base who played big time tonight for the Red Sox.
Infield in all the way around here for the Orioles. First and third, nobody out. David Ortiz, the batter, trying to grab some breathing room for the Red Sox here in the ninth. First to check on Pedroia at first, who's back to the bag. Ellsbury at third base. Pedroia across the diamond at first base. Left to first, go to third, and Ellsbury's just back.
That's one I've not seen. The reverse bluff. And that was close at third base. A design play here by the Orioles. I'll tell you what, it had me picked off.
Down and in. Ball one to Ortiz. 96 on the fastball that time from Jim Johnson. Ortiz 3 for 9 in his career against Johnson. Down and in again. 2-0. Fastball again at 95. Ortiz fouls it off to the left, and it's 2-1. All fastballs to him so far. Red Sox with a 1-run lead. Ellsbury reaches on an error, gets to second base on a stolen base, to third on a single by Pedroia. First and third, nobody out here in the ninth. Down low, ball 3. Nobody warming in the Orioles pen. This is Jim Johnson's game right now. The closer in here for the Orioles. Trying to keep it right where it is here for the Orioles. A 1-run deficit at the moment. They have Adam Jones, Mark Reynolds, Chris Davis expected in the bottom of the ninth. The Red Sox trying to grab some insurance. 3-1 pitch. Ortiz with a big swing and a miss. Full count.
A tailing fastball from Johnson, tailing away from Ortiz at 96 miles an hour.
Ortiz hits a little number in front of the plate. Wieters is going to second base for a force out there, and they get Pedroia. Let's check in with Tom Caron.
Well, thank you, Don. 1 out, bottom of the 11th at Tropicana Field. Brandon Geyer facing Scott Proctor, and gets a base hit. There are now 2 on. Ben Zobrist at second base. Proctor, the 11th pitcher of the game for the New York Yankees, and there's 1 out in the tie game, bottom of the 11th. Don?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. David Ortiz is going to be pinch run for here by Joey Gathright. Wieters going to second base on this.
Yeah, that was quite a gamble, I guess, by Wieters, as he almost threw it too high, but it was right out in front of the plate. He had a clear view of how far that runner was to second base and knew he had time to get it.
So Gathright running at first base for David Ortiz. Very reason the Red Sox picked him up. And a pitch in tight to Adrian Gonzalez. It's gone final. The Atlanta Braves season is over. The Cardinals will play the Phillies. Brewers and Diamondbacks will meet in the National League. All that is taken care of.
Now they've got to walk Adrian Gonzalez with LeBronway on deck.
Third time tonight they've intentionally walked Adrian. Both occasions, Lavarnway unable to produce. Struck out in the 3rd inning and grounded into a fielder's choice in the 7th inning. And see here if he gets called back or they let him hit. Looks like he will get a chance. Oh for 4 tonight after a terrific night last night.
From the left side of the plate, they have Lars Anderson, Josh Reddick, Lowry the switch hitter, Saltalamacchia the switch hitter, and Veritek the switch hitter.
Ellsbury at 3rd base, Gathright at 2nd base, Gonzalez at 1st base. 1 out. Lavarnway, it's a ground ball towards short. Hardy will go to 2nd for 1, on to 1st for 2. Double play. Still a 1-run game. We head to the bottom of the 9th inning. Jonathan Papelbon will be in. It's 3-2 Boston.
On to the 12th inning at Tropicana Field. Desmond Jennings with 2 on and 2 out pops out to 2nd base. And Scott Proctor gets out of the jam. The Yankees coming up to bat here, top of the 12th. Don?
All right, Tom, thanks very much here at Camden Yards in Baltimore. Bottom of the 9th inning, 3-2. Red Sox on top of the Orioles, and Jonathan Papelbon in. As Papelbon makes his 63rd appearance of the year, 4-0 with a 2.69 earned run average. He is 31 out of 33 in save opportunities. The strikeout to walk ratio 85-10, and opponents hitting under 200 at 199. Last night picked up the save, his 31st, with an inning giving up 2 hits and a run. But 28 pitches last night for Papelbon, one off his season high. And here he is again tonight, trying to finish it off here for the Red Sox in game number 162 on the season. Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, Toyota's official website for deals by Toyota.com, and by Sullivan Tire. Bottom of the 9th inning in Baltimore at Camden Yards. Ryan Lavarnway out to talk to Papelbon, as it'll be Adam Jones who leads it off here in the 9th inning. Let's send it down to Heidi.
Well done. Jonathan Papelbon threw 28 pitches in a nail-biter of a 9th inning last night. And with every pitch, as Terry Francona and Red Sox Nation grew more anxious, Papelbon said he was loving it.
I don't know if you could see out there, but there's a couple times I had kind of a little grin on my face. I enjoy that. That's baseball, man. It doesn't get any better than that. And I was having fun. I enjoy that. That's what it's all about, man.
Well, it's his time to have fun right now, as Adam Jones stands in on the right side to get it started here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Jones with a big swing and a miss. Swinging for the downs there. 96 on the fastball from Papelbon. Jones with a single back in the 2nd inning. Since then, he has grounded out and struck out. A strike now to Jones. Lead for 10 in his career against Papelbon. He'll be followed by Mark Reynolds and Chris Davis scheduled in the inning. Ball 2-2-1. Daniel Bard pitched the 8th inning, had a 1-2-3/8 as he's able to get Markakis, Guerrero, and Wieters to end the 8th inning. More along the lines of the Daniel Bard we're used to. Jones pops it up. Foul ground. See if Lavarnway's got to play. Comes back. He will not. Reminder to stay with us for Granite City Electric's Red Sox final. Complete post-game coverage coming up after the game from our NESN studios. And if the Red Sox can clinch something here, we will be inside the clubhouse here from Camden Yards in Baltimore live. Two-two pitch to Adam Jones. Swing and a miss. Papelbon strikes him out. One down in the ninth.
Now Papelbon going to the split-fingered fastball will pick up the strikeout against Jones. And all fastballs up to that point, goes to the splitter and picks up the first out of the ninth.
One down in the ninth inning now for Mark Reynolds, who was hit by a pitch his last time up in the ribs by Alfredo Aceves in the seventh inning. And a double back in the fifth, so he's been aboard twice. And there's Chris Davis waiting on deck. Strike one. Oh for 2 in his career against Papelbon with a strikeout. Reynolds has struck out 195 times this season. Up and away, and it's 1-1. Red Sox are out hitting the Orioles in this game 11-4. Red Sox pitching is now retired the last 6 Orioles in a row. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. 96 from Papelbon.
That's where Papelbon's done such a great job keeping that fastball away from those right-handed hitters. Getting an awful lot of swing and misses on that pitch.
Reynolds strikes out, and there's 2 down in the ninth.
Same spot. Back away, fastball away from Reynolds. Picks up the strikeout. So strikeouts to this inning on a split-fingered fastball and the fastball from Papelbon.
Two down in the ninth inning as Chris Davis is coming up. Davis walked in the third, grounded out in the fifth, flied out to left in the seventh. Hook to right. This will get in. It heads to the corner. Drew over to play it. Davis is thinking too. The throw from Drew cut off and thrown to second late and thrown away, but Aviles backs it up. And it is a 2-out double for Davis. The Orioles are still alive.
Al Davis not waiting around to get to 2 strikes. He jumps on the pitch early from Papelbon, a fastball, and fires it down in that corner at 318. Chugging along in the second base. Ball gets by Pedroia. It's backed up by Gonzalez. He tries to feed Scudero. The throw gets by, but Davis ends up at second base.
Kyle Hudson pinch running here for the Orioles. For Chris Davis at second base, representing the tying run with 2 outs in the 9th. Nolan Reimold coming up here for the Orioles. Reimold has reached on a fielder's choice on 2 occasions and been hit by a pitch. He's 1 for 6 against Papelbon in his career. There's ball 1. John Lester for the first 6 innings of tonight's game. Pitcher of record, came in at 15-9. He gave up 2 runs. Fredo Aceves, 1 inning, no hits, no runs. Bard, an inning, no hits, no runs. Papelbon has given up 1 hit. So far, no runs. 2 outs in the 9th. It's outside, and it's 2-0. Mentioned the 28 pitches last night for Papelbon, 12 so far here in the 9th tonight. Reimold with a swing and a miss. 96, and it was running away. 2-1. Robert Andino on deck, top of the Orioles order. 2 outs in the 9th. Two-one pitch to Nolan Reimold. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Orioles down to their last strike.
Once again, Papelbon consistently in this inning, fastballs away from right-handed hitters.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 down in the 9th inning. Papelbon ready. Reimold hits it towards the gap in right center field. This is back, and it is going to one-hop the wall. The game is tied. Reimold into second base, and we are all tied up at 3 aside. Papelbon blows the save.
Well, Nolan Reimold battles Papelbon. It's the fastball again from Papelbon. This time a little bit more of the plate. Right over the heart of the plate. He'd been keeping the ball away from right-handers. This time up against the wall for the double. And we're all tied at 3.
Nolan Reimold at second base represents the winning run. Robert Andino 0 for 4 in the game from the top spot in the Orioles order. He has struck out, grounded out, and struck out again. Ball 1. A slip at the end for Papelbon at the end of the delivery. Goes to work on the landing area. That's a strike, and it's 1-1 to Andino. Reimold at second base with 2 outs, representing the winning run here for the Orioles. Andino to left field. In comes Crawford. Can't make the catch. He pops up. The throw to the plate is going to be off the mark, and the Orioles walk off with the win. The Red Sox lose in a crucial 162nd game of the year. And now they must wait and see what happens at Tropicana Field in St. Pete.
Robert Andino has been a Red Sox killer over the last couple of weeks. 2 outs, 2 strikeouts for Papelbon in this inning. Double, double, single. Red Sox lose. Now they have to wait.
A shocking turn of events tonight at Camden Yards in Baltimore. They hit into the 9th with the lead. Papelbon blows the save and in the process takes the loss as the Orioles walk off with a win. An unbelievable finish, a stunning finish tonight from Camden Yards.
Absolutely stunning. After 2 strikeouts in the inning for Jonathan Papelbon, he looked to be overmatching the Baltimore Orioles. This is how it starts. Davis with a line drive down in the right field corner. Reimold with the ball in the gap that's going to score. And then Andino with the line drive base hit. A little bobble out there in left field by Kyle Crawford. He can't catch it. And stunningly, this game is over for the Red Sox and maybe their season.
Two blown saves in 9 days for Jonathan Papelbon. This one hurts. In his career, had given up only 1 earned run at Camden Yards. He gives up 2 in the 9th tonight. Tough one to swallow.
One more look at the game-winning hit. Crawford can't get to it. Ball bounces, run scores. Red Sox walk off the field and now just have to wait and watch the Tampa Bay Yankee game, with the Rays hitting in the bottom of the 12th inning with 1 out.
The ball that it appeared Crawford could have caught.
Yeah, he's had a couple out there, Don, in this road trip that could have been caught that were not caught by Kyle Crawford, and it's hurt him.
Stay with us for coverage here. We will send it back to Tom Caron. TC.
Thank you, John. Here at our NESN Television Center with Jim Rice. Stunning ending at Camden Yards, and it has just ended. A walk-off home run for Evan Longoria. The Tampa Bay Rays have just won the final game of the season, and the Red Sox season has stunningly come to an end with a blown save at Camden Yards. This happened literally seconds ago. Evan Longoria, the dagger to the heart of the Boston Red Sox and their fans. It is over. The Red Sox season comes to an end. The Tampa Bay Rays completing one of the most incredible comebacks in Major League Baseball history, and no other way to put it, the Red Sox suffering one of the biggest collapses ever in Major League Baseball. Jim, a stunning turn of events. The Rays come back from 7-0. The Red Sox 1 strike away from winning the game, lose, and are done for the 2011 season.
You know, you think about the 1 strike away, but coming back from 7 down in the, I think it was the 8th inning, 7th inning. Anyway, they scored 8 runs. I mean, and you think about playing against the Yankees, this is a very strong team.
Wow, the Tampa Bay Rays are going on to the American League Division Series, and the Boston Red Sox are coming home with so many questions to answer. It ends on a walk-off base hit. Carl Crawford, could he have made the catch? Seemed to be there, but he didn't. Instead, the run scores, the game ends. Robert Andino does it to the Red Sox again, and moments later, Evan Longoria with a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 12th. We'll come back to sift through the rubble right after this. Out of the box, the 2011 Boston Red Sox season ends in stunning fashion, unthinkable fashion. 2 outs, 2 strikes in the 9th inning. Jonathan Papelbon with 2 strikeouts seems to be overpowering everyone, but it is Chris Davis, a double off the right field wall, who keeps the inning going. Then the one he would like to have back, I'm sure, Jim. This is down the middle, and Nolan Reimold makes him pay.
Caught a lot of the plate, even hitting the corners outside, and you saw where the mitt was at. The mitt was on the outside corner. Caught too much of the plate.
Robert Andino, who has been a Red Sox killer throughout the month of September, steps up. A chance to end it, and he does. A line drive to left field. Crawford seems to have it, but no, he slides, he drops it, and the winning run scores. The bobble may have had a shot at him at home if he had just played it off the bounce, but the slide, the bobble, gave the runner time to score. Reimold comes in, and the game is over. This happens while the Tampa Bay Rays are still playing in the 12th inning. The Red Sox go from a 3-2 lead to a 4-3 loss in the matter of 3 at-bats with 2 outs in the 9th inning. We welcome you into our WB Mason Extra Inning studio. Tom Caron, Hall of Famer Jim Rice. This is a shot to the gut, a kick to the you-know-whats. I cannot describe how stunning the last 10 minutes have been.
It is a couple of bad plays they made tonight. I mean, you roll everything up, not necessarily with the Papelbon situation, but before that, they should have scored a couple of runs or had an opportunity to score a couple of runs, and they didn't take advantage of that.
Things we'll talk about as we look back. 8th inning, Marco Scutaro getting thrown out at home plate on a play that he stopped, had to go. Should they have sent him? He's thrown out for the second out. If they hold him up, maybe that inning keeps going. A lot of questions to ask about this game. Unfortunately, a lot of time to do it. Meantime, they had just shown the score at Tropicana Field. What crowd was there starts to come to life, and Evan Longoria drills one about 317 feet over the left field wall. This is literally moments after the Red Sox had been beaten, and just like that, a team that trailed 7-0 in the 8th inning. Longoria, a 3-run homer in that 8th inning. Part of the 6-run 8th inning. They get a home run. Dan Johnson, down to his last strike, hits a home run to tie the game, and Longoria wins it in 12 innings. The Tampa Bay Rays will face the Texas Rangers in the American League Division Series, and the Red Sox, who had a 9.5-game lead in the American League wildcard standings at the start of September, come home out of the playoffs.
It was in their hands. I mean, they made a couple mistakes. The pitching didn't hold up. Your bullpen was okay. Then all of a sudden you can't score runs. Like you say, if you just score 9 runs, you did not win a game. And so the Red Sox had to put a lot of numbers up on the board in order to win a game. They
go the entire month of September without winning consecutive games. They did not win back-to-back games. They lose 20 games in September, the most since 1974. A stunning end at Camden Yards. We go back there right now. Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy standing by live. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Well, Jerry, this is stunning. It has happened so quickly. The Red Sox, the blown save, the loss, followed by the Longoria home run. It happened within a matter of seconds of each other. And has it dawned on you that this has actually happened?
I'm stunned. I'm sitting here absolutely stunned that we're not going to be playing postseason baseball with this team that was put together this year. It's incredible to me how poorly this team played in the month of September. There's certainly, you can point to a few different injuries, but you've got to get by those things. You have to get past those things. They had a cushion of 9 games, and I was worried at the time, you know, when we went in to play Tampa Bay, and I looked at that pitching staff and I said, this is a team that is not going to go away, and the Red Sox could not put them away at that time, and I was very concerned about that, but never expected it to come to this. And the way this ended, I mean, the way this ended tonight with the lead that the Tampa Bay Rays overcame to win their ball game, and almost simultaneously when the Red Sox walked off the field after a devastating loss, you know, hoping that Tampa Bay was going to lose, they win on a Longoria home run, his second of the ball game. So, I mean, there's so many things you can point to, and it's going to take a while to digest all of this.
You think about it last year with all the injuries the Red Sox had, all the moving parts, all the players you'd never heard of. They won 89 games last year. This season with this team, they end up winning 90.
Yeah,
one more game.
It's inexcusable. It really is. I mean, this is a team that supposedly was built to go to the World Series. It's a team that supposedly was a lock to go to the playoffs. And for 4 months of the season, it was a team that was like that. They were like the Philadelphia Phillies. They were that good at that time. And then Clay Buchholz got hurt. Things changed. That rotation looked awfully different without Buchholz in the rotation, following, you know, Lester and Josh Beckett. And when you lose a guy like that, it's very critical. But you've got to overcome injuries. We've learned that from a year ago. You've got to be able to replace people. Red Sox couldn't do it. They didn't do it at the trade deadline when they got Bedard. He was no help at all to the Red Sox coming down the stretch, and they had to put tremendous pressure on their bullpen. They played poor baseball in the month of September. They didn't execute properly. Their defense was not as good as it had been all season long. There's a number of reasons why this happened, but this should have never happened. This team is too good to have something like this happen, but it just goes to show it doesn't matter what the names are. You've got to do it on the field.
Well, stunning end tonight. Tom, back to you.
Guys, before we leave you, stunning in so many ways, but perhaps even more stunning, Jonathan Papelbon takes the loss here. What a great season for him. We know he's a free agent now, but he looked like he had overpowering stuff with the first 2 strikeouts tonight.
Well, he did, and he did. He continued to pitch the way he has all year. Fastballs away from right-handers. I think he's learned something this year, that's the way to get right-handers out with his overpowering fastball. Made him a couple of mistakes down the middle, and they hurt him on it. And, you know, Papelbon had a great season, but this sour memory is not going to go away for him for a long time.
Terry, you can make the argument that this season was maybe his best. You think about the consistency throughout the year.
I would agree. I think that he grew up a lot as a pitcher this year. I really did. He got back to throwing his splitter well. His breaking ball was okay, his third best pitch, and his fastball was outstanding. It was a great all-around season for him with a bad ending.
Not good, Tom.
All right, guys, thanks very much. A tough night at Camden Yards. And Jim, let's start laying it on the line here. There are going to be a lot of questions about this team, this ownership, this management is going to have to look through everything. Where do you begin with this? They're going to talk about the general manager. They're going to talk about the manager. Does this team need to make major changes this offseason?
I don't think so. I think the first thing you got to look at the players. You know, you're probably not going to sign JD back. Who's going to play right field? You see how Crawford, you saw how Crawford was playing left field. I don't think he's a left fielder. I think you probably come out better put him in right field. It seems like that he wasn't able to pick the ball up playing the left field wall. It seemed like the wall intimidated him a little bit out there. And of course, he didn't. I mean, the year that we're talking about, not a very good year. You're talking about you get hurt. So many that JD didn't have a good season. He was hurt. So you have a lot of guys, Buckles, you have a lot of guys that really didn't step up to the plate like you put it on the paper in spring training.
Sure, and the injuries were a part of this. That said, they can't get rid of Carl Crawford. 6 years left on the contract. JD Drew's contract has come to an end, but you have to wonder if we've seen Terry Francona manage his last game with his team. There's been a lot of talk about it, and quite often, fair or not, and I think most people agree that Terry Francona has done an incredible job managing this team. Many would say, and I might agree, the best manager in Red Sox history. That said, if you have to make a change with this team, if you have to point it in a new direction, you can't fire all the players. You wonder if other heads will roll because of this.
Yeah, now, okay, if you're talking about getting rid of a Terry or bringing someone in, who's going to come in and go down to the clubhouse and tell the guys that you're not going to be able to do this, or you're not going to be able to have the spar like you've had the last couple of years? So someone down there, as far as management or front office or the players, got to say, hey, look, guys, we got to cut this stuff out. We're not going to the ballpark and making this a spa. This is the ballpark. This is where we work at. Let's take it as a work atmosphere.
They didn't work hard enough this season?
I don't know by working. I think by going to spring training, you can come in spring training in shape, but you can come in body shape, but you got to be in baseball shape. Why you see so many injuries now?
A lot of injuries these last 2 years. The conditioning has certainly come into question. And again, these are decisions that will not be made tonight. Unfortunately, the long, cold off season is here, and they are spraying champagne in the clubhouse at Tropicana Field, while Red Sox fans from Camden Yards to Presque Isle and from all four corners of the world are shocked tonight as the Red Sox let one slip away and watch the Tampa Bay Rays charge past them into the playoffs.
WB Mason Extra Innings Live on NESN is brought to you in high definition by Sylvania HD LCD TVs and Blu-ray disc players. You must see Red Sox baseball in stunning high definition.
A Sylvania key call brought to you by Sylvania. See the world in a new light. This winds up being a huge play, Jim. A double for Carl Crawford, and Marco Scutaro had to freeze for a moment, thinking the ball would be caught. He goes. He is gunned down at home.
It seemed like he didn't have all the cylinders open up at one time, because once that ball got by, to me, he should have been standing up. But
even though he had to come to a complete stop, he stopped when he thought it was being caught.
He can't. Once the ball's there, I mean, you're talking about 4 or 5 steps right there. Look here. He's there. He's halfway. And now he comes on.
And then he's out at home. You're right. You see, here's the play. Here's the play. You stop there. Now you got to turn it back on. Should he have still made it home?
I believe so.
So it's the right call to send him?
And he felt like it also.
Amazing. Carl Crawford may have been the hero of this game with that double that gives the Red Sox another lead. Instead, the ball finds you in this game, and it gets to him to end the game. He doesn't make the catch, and he can't make the throw, and the Red Sox can't make the playoffs. Let's go back and hear from Terry Francona in Baltimore.
It's not very good. Just the way Pat had been going, you know, how kind of surprising was it to see it slip away that fast? Well, we leaned on him for so much, and you know, we didn't extend the lead, and you know, if you make a mistake, it can cost you a game, and that's what happened. He's been there for us so many times, so I'd give him the ball again. It just didn't work.
Terry, do you know what happened to Scutaro on Crawford's double? Did he just think that got cut off, or?
He thought it got caught. And again, you know, at that point, it's human nature probably to stop, but there's nowhere for him to go but keep going. It was unfortunate.
Did you see Longoria's home run, or did somebody tell you about it?
No, I didn't see it.
last play?
I'm sorry. I can't hear you.
Your view of the last play that involved there was
My view?
about did you think Crawford had a chance?
I hoped he had a chance. I mean, gave it his best shot. It just didn't work.
Terry, did you notice any difference in Pat's stuff from yesterday to today?
No, I thought he had pretty good stuff. He got ahead in the count. Just made a mistake out over the plate.
It's going to take a while to get over?
I don't know. They always do. We're not very happy right now, and we're going to have to live with that one.
Have you been able to talk to the team yet? Are you going to kind of wait on that?
No, give them some time here.
Terry, how hard is this to believe, how well you guys have played for so much of the season?
Well, it is, I don't know. I'm probably not going to be able to do a very good job of explaining it right now. Just, we try to stay in the moment so much. What happened 3 weeks ago or whatever, the mess we got ourselves in, we just, we needed to take care of business today, and we didn't.
Do you think the rain delay had any effect on your team?
Oh, I don't think it was good for Aceves. He came out and he hit a couple guys. I don't think it helped. But both teams have to do it. So.
How did you find out about Longoria's home run?
I don't even know, to be honest. I don't know.
Terry, as long as you've been in baseball, can you remember being this disappointed at the end of the season?
I don't know. I don't know how to evaluate it. Every time you lose, it hurts. When you go home before you're ready, it hurts. As tough as it's been this last month, we weren't ready to go home. We want to go home when you dictate, not when somebody makes you. So it's extremely disappointing.
What do you think happens with this team now?
Peter, we're 5 minutes after the game. I don't know.
Was the Yankees game on the TVs a lot in the clubhouse during the delay, guys?
I don't know. I was in my office. I didn't even look.
Were you aware that Tampa had come back?
Yeah.
Terry, talk about what Aceves was able to do for the last 4 days for you.
He's amazing what he did for the longest time. He saved that bullpen. Just continued to want to take the ball, and not only want to take the ball, but get huge outs for us.
What can you tell your team about this?
I don't know. It'll be private anyway.
Tim, I know it's hard to look back now, but is there anything about this last couple of weeks that you regret or anything of that in terms of how?
Well, I guess I regret we got ourselves in this situation, but I don't think we view it like that. You try to play every game and stay in the moment and not let those things, get away from you. What we did 2 weeks ago wasn't going to help us tonight. So there may be a time to talk about it. I don't know, if I have a real great view right now.
Do you think your team would be the most surprised about how it came about? The fact of yourselves that you fell apart at the end like this? Would it surprise you maybe more than us? Do you understand what I'm asking?
No, I have no idea
well,
what you're
as a
talking
baseball
about.
player,
I don't know how you feel about it.
No, but as a baseball player, you go out there to win every day, and you're confident in yourself. And for you all to have this kind of finish, does it surprise you that you finished the way you did?
Yes, disappointed, and yeah, of course.
Only so much you can say if you're Terry Francona after losing 20 of 27 games in the month of September and giving up, a 9.5 game lead in the playoff race. And if that isn't all bad enough, to have it all go away in about a 8-minute span tonight after just after midnight. Was it just before midnight? I don't even know. Sitting here watching 2 games, and you hit that rain delay. Red Sox are up by a run, and the Rays are down by 8 runs, 7 runs, 7-0 it was at the time. And you figure this is in the bank. And those of us who have all been around long enough to watch this team used to know better than that. But I think a couple of World Series championships have gotten us a little laissez-faire, and you expect things to work out for the best. Tonight, they certainly did not.
One thing, Tampa Bay made Dan Shaughnessy think differently about him, I guess.
Well, I guess that's the jinx of the night, right? When he said, I'm not worried about them when they got that first run with the bases loaded, a couple of hit batters. But it'll be, you know, again, the question ultimately is, if you're a Red Sox fan, does there need to be a scapegoat after a collapse like this? And that's a question only ownership can answer, and how they go about trying to get this offseason to go in the right direction, to come back. 2 years ago, the Bruins were beaten by Philadelphia. Remember that. And it was an all-time low, and you wondered how Bruins fans would come back from that. Well, they came back because the team came back and won a championship. That is the challenge now for the Boston Red Sox. They missed the playoffs for 2 straight years. They haven't done that since 2001 and 2002.
Yeah, but the only thing about taking a hit, that if Terry takes a hit, he may get fired. I'm just saying that. But then again, you know, if you talk to the players that are in the clubhouse and you go in there and you ask them about the month of September, they would tell you, compared to me and the manager, what happened. We didn't play good. The manager put the high-priced ball players out there. And I mean, we had a situation tonight that the infield was drawn in. You had a man at first and third. We didn't get him in. You had bad base running. They didn't do it.
They didn't do it, and now we turn our attentions to that hockey team that we just talked about. They are in action tomorrow night. I'll be doing the play-by-play. Jack Edwards has the night off. Dale Arnold taking over at 6:30. Our pregame coverage. I'll be with Andy Brickley at the 7 o'clock puck drop. Preseason action, Bruins and Senators tomorrow on NESN. But we've got more postgame coverage as we get more reaction from a collapse that ends a month-long collapse. Adrian Gonzalez has his season end on the final day of the season for the 2nd straight year with a different team. We'll hear from him after this.
Extra Innings Live on NESN is brought to you by W.B. Mason's What a Bargain Clearance Centers, where you can save up to 75% on office furniture.
Our start of the game is brought to you by Subaru, and it is Robert Andino. Stop me if you've heard this one before. Andino has been good against the Boston Red Sox. He's done it a couple of times this month, certainly. His average much higher in the month of September against Red Sox pitching. Robert Andino with the big blow tonight. Was it Monday that he hit the inside the park home run? And that was the crushing blow from that game when Andino hit that inside the park home run off Josh Beckett. And again, Jacoby Ellsbury almost had it, but didn't. And he just kept running all the way around the bases.
I mean, that's what you got to do. You just keep hitting the ball. And a lot of guys just hit a fly ball like that and just stop. But he kept running. He knew the ball was traveling out there, and look what happened inside the park.
Well, the Red Sox beaten tonight as they suffered their 20th loss of September, and they gave away the lead. And don't get me wrong, I am not in any way calling for Terry Francona to be fired. I'm just asking the question, what will they do? Because they'll have to do something. They'll have to examine every facet. And they may decide that Terry Francona is the right man to lean this forward. But they will have to look at everything from conditioning, strength and conditioning, to the players, to who can come back, who they add. As you said, J.D. Drew is probably gone. Who replaces him? Jonathan Papelbon is going to be a free agent. David Ortiz is going to be a free agent. There are major, major questions from the top to the bottom of this organization that have to be answered now after a month like this.
There are, and I think you got to find out who's available out there as far as managers. If you're going to change manager, you got to go out there and find out who's available as far as players, and you got to find someone that who's able to fit in with the guys that you already have. Now, as far as going in the clubhouse, can I go in the clubhouse and evaluate what's going on in the clubhouse? See if it's more like a spa. I keep saying like a spa, or just going in more like a relaxed atmosphere. When you come to work, you can't be in a relaxed atmosphere. You got to be focused. I think you got to change your attitude in the clubhouse.
How do you do it? How do you change it? That's the question. If that's the situation and they need to make it less of a country club, less of a spa, how do you change it?
Ownership can come down and find out what's going on. The manager can say something, but I think it's in-house. I think the players got to change more than anything else. I don't think you can go in there and just have a couple of sofas just lounging around. No. You're at home, a hotel. This is not a lounge around place right here. This is work. So a lot of things that's in the clubhouse as far as going to video games and playing things like that, I don't like that. You got to be focused, because it seems like a lot of guys come in here and they forget where they are. You're at a ballpark and you're at work. You got to take that out on the field. Forget about that other stuff.
All right, Adrian Gonzalez last year with the San Diego Padres, a team that lost 17 games in September and lost on the final day of the season. Now he's in Boston, 20 losses in September, losing on the final day of the season. Let's hear what Gonzalez had to say in Baltimore.
It didn't happen. You know, next year we'll come out and do a better job when we have that lead.
Describe your mood. Is it shock, sad? What, I mean, is it set in? Can something like this?
I'm a firm believer that God has a plan, and it wasn't in His plan for us to, to move forward.
Is there anything you can put your finger on that didn't work out?
God didn't have it in the cards for us.
You had kind of been a consistent voice of optimism, even in early struggles as well as late. How shocking has it been just to go through a full month of play like this?
We didn't play good enough. It's just how it is, you know.
When you look back on this season, what will you remember most?
It was a season that we had a really good chance and just didn't get it done. So, that's something to use as, I guess, motivation for next year.
Were you guys watching the other game during the regular?
Yeah.
What was that like to see that come back?
It was tough. Obviously, we got our point of view, but it felt like Ayala got squeezed with a couple pitches, and before you know it, it was 7-6.
This is 2 years in a row. Last day.
Last year was different. I mean, last year we needed to win to force a playoff game, so you can't compare them.
I know it's just after this game, but looking back at this month where everything just turned around and the struggles, you look at a particular stretch of the month and say that's where it really started to slip away?
No, every game's an individual game. There's no such thing as stretches or, we just lost so many games in September.
How surprised are you at this outcome to this season with this team?
Going into spring training, we were really confident that we were get things done. And, we started off slow, but we picked it up, and then we were doing really good. And then a lot of injuries started happening, and, that's just the game. Again, for me, I'm a firm believer in God, and God has a plan, and it wasn't in God's plan for us to be in the playoffs.
Do you believe that the struggles were a byproduct of injuries, or do you think that there were other issues?
No, definitely injuries. You have Buckles. If you have Buckles in the rotation, just have one guy. Daisuke. You have him in the rotation all year long. That's 10 more victories. We probably win the division. So, it's Yuke, having Yuke, in the lineup the last month. It's always injuries. Any team that doesn't make the playoffs and is supposed to is because of injuries. Plain and simple.
Does it make it harder to accept that had you guys just played break-even baseball at this point?
We didn't. You can't look back and say, oh, if we would have, should have, could have. We didn't. Plain and simple. And I always hold my head up high because I know I give it everything I have, and I play it my heart out. I leave it out there, and this is a situation where we just didn't get it done.
And Adrian Gonzalez obviously wrapping up his first season with the Boston Red Sox, far too similar to last season with the Padres, the way it all ended. Meantime, if you want a signed ball, bat, or game-worn jersey from a player in any game this season, go to Steiner Sports at steinersports.com or 1-800-759-SCORE. We'll go back to the ballpark here from David Ortiz as we continue to wrap up what was a shocking end to the 2011 season for the Red Sox.
Every child is curious.
George, look what I found.
Turn their curiosity into a lifelong love of learning.
That's a periscope.
It's one of the most important gifts you can share. Create a curious reader.
Oh, you want to build a castle like that one? This is super bedtime reading.
Share a book together today. Visit read.gov.
Want to save money on your next car? Go shopping with VX.com.
Retail price for this car is $19,820.
Invoice $18,567.
Special edition $21,680.
Invoice $19,740.
All-wheel drive, 28,810.
Invoice 26,460.
How about a hybrid for 28,405?
Invoice 26,094.
Oh man, you are good. You are good.
Vehix.com will save you money.
It just seems like everything was just going in the wrong direction. And it was very disappointing.
Were you guys watching the Rays game during the rain delay?
Of course.
What are your thoughts on their comeback?
Unbelievable, unbelievable. You know, they gotta give them credit. You know, bounce back the way they did and they win again. That's how you play the game.
You guys didn't make the postseason last year, but does this feel worse?
I don't even know how to explain it. This is maybe the worst situation that I have ever been involved in my whole career. You know, and it's another than I said, a lot of people mind for a while.
What are your emotions right now, knowing that this could be your last game in a Red Sox uniform?
You know, I haven't really think about it. And I was more focused on trying to win games and go to the playoff. You know, I might have my time to think about it, but, you know, things that happened this month are more important things to think about than thinking about what am I going to be next year, you know. And
that's David Ortiz in the clubhouse calling this one of the most unbelievable finishes that he's ever been involved in. Remember, he was on the 03 team that saw Aaron Boone hit a walk-off Game 7 home run in extra innings. This is a walk-off in the 9th for Robert Andino. Jonathan Papelbon suffers the loss and the blown save. Let's hear from Papelbon.
What do you expect my reaction to be?
Whatever you want to say.
I mean, you know, we just lost. I mean, how am I supposed to answer that?
What your feelings were. Disappointment, frustration, sadness, shock, let it set in.
Yeah, I mean, all of the above.
After you get the first 2 outs, you have to feel pretty confident that this is going to get locked down.
Yeah.
The 2 doubles and the single, what happened?
I just, you know, it's just a classic. You know, I was pumped up to be in that situation. I mean, those are situations that I enjoy, and yeah, just overthrowing the ball. You know, not really. You know, focusing on location and you know, those were just. It boils down to pretty much just not executing. You know, I mean, I felt great. I felt great all year. You know, I've you know, I don't.
3 outings in 4 days, was fatigue an issue at all?
No. I mean, for me to sit here and say fatigue was an issue would be looking for excuses. And I'm not looking for excuses, and everybody's fatigued at this. We play 162 ball games. I don't care who you are, you're going to be fatigued, but that's not the issue here. No.
Many pitchers to either.
Well, Jonathan Papelbon has been as accountable as anyone has been through this month. Last week saying, this is on me, forget about everybody else. Not accepting fatigue, and he could have said, I threw a lot of pitches. Was it 29 on Sunday night, 8 last night? You know, they've had to go down to the very, very few reliable relievers they've had in late game situations. Aceves, Bard, and Papelbon, and they've had to overuse them. Ultimately tonight, they came up 1 strike short of getting the job done.
Well, you know, you can go back and you can sort of like dissect everything. But if you're talking about bringing in a closer like Mo, okay, when you think about the Yankees and you bring him in, it's like when they're in situations as far as scoring runs in a lot of part of the innings, when they have a situation, they score runs. The Red Sox didn't score a run, and like Terry was saying, we didn't give him enough cushion. We gave him 1 run. Everyone thinks 1 run is enough, but when you're playing a ball club, 1 run is not enough at times. You got to score runs. You got to score runs often. And like Pap said, I'm taking responsibility of this. Location. I missed the location at last pitch, caught too much of the plate.
And now we talked about the manager earlier. Now you start asking the questions, could that have been Jonathan Papelbon's last appearance in a Red Sox uniform? Free agents after this season. Jonathan Papelbon, all 7 of his years with the Red Sox. Tim Wakefield, will he be back? Indicating he wants to be back. Looking for a 20th Major League season. It would be the 18th with the Red Sox. Eric Bedard was picked up at the end of his 1-year deal. Matt Albers, this year with the Red Sox, wound up being a very important part of that bullpen for much of the season, until perhaps he began to feel the effects of fatigue. Alfredo Aceves, outside of Papelbon, the most important member of that bullpen, and Daniel Bard, who has been such a big part of this bullpen, but suddenly had mechanical issues on the mound in September and struggled.
Well, you know, they were talking about if you're going to get rid of Pap or everyone said, well, Bard should be the closer. Who's going to set up Bard? So you got to think about who's going to be that 7th, 8th, 9th guy.
Meantime, there are position players. David Ortiz, we heard from a little bit ago. Obviously, J.D. Drew was at the end of his 5-year deal. Marco Scutaro, what a September he put together. Outside of Jacoby Ellsbury, might have been their best hitter in the month of September. Jason Varitek, after 15 years, we saw Ryan Lavarnway over the last couple of days. Does that mean we could be nearing the end of the Jason Varitek era? David Ortiz, what a season he put together for the Red Sox. I think a lot of people thought after last year or during last year that he was nearing the end. They have Jared Saltalamacchia still under their control with arbitration rights. Jed Lowry under their control as well. So they will keep those 2 players unless there are trades, signings, players to let go. It's going to be a long and eventful offseason.
It's going to be long. It's going to be long. It's going to be enjoyable. But I think once you go to spring training, you see what's going on. There's probably going to be more things going on in spring training. And I think the owners are going to get together. If Theo's still around, Terry's still around, they are putting a team next year to win this thing.
Well, we thought they had this year, certainly, when they put that offseason together with Gonzalez and Crawford. We thought this was a playoff caliber team, to say the least. And it was for 4 months, but the season is 6 months long. And the season is over for the Red Sox. Your next vacation, just a click away. Enter to win 4 round-trip airfare tickets in the Southwest Airlines Let 'em Fly and Win sweepstakes. Plus, play Yahtzee Southwest Airlines Rapid Rewards style for a chance at 1 million Rapid Rewards points. Visit NESN.com/Southwest for details. John Lester made the start tonight on 3 days rest and made the most of his start. He pitched well, 6 innings, 2 runs. And it was the bullpen that came so close but couldn't finish the deal. We'll hear from John Lester when we come back.
WB Mason Extra Innings live on NESN is brought to you in high definition by Sylvania HD LCD TVs and Blu-ray disc players. You must see Red Sox baseball in stunning high definition.